Chat, computers are hard. Chat, I don't understand how computers work. Give me a second, my PC's being a bitch. Wait, are we working? Are we functioning? Test, test? Give me a moment. I did it! Alright, everything's up and running. Let's go! Chat, I'm so smart and capable. I'm so smart and capable. How's everyone doing today? Hi, greetings from the archive. Hope everyone's having a wonderful evening. Hello, hello. What's everyone been up to as of late? I hope y'all are doing absolutely amazing. I'm currently eating my my fried rice that I made last night after taking a nap. I was not supposed to take a nap when I got home, but to be fair, I kind of needed it. But welcome on in, folks. Hello, hello. Congrats to Lucky on the first. I'm so proud of you. You did it. Hello, Maddie. Thank you for the streak. JM, Omega Scales, Crochet Dragon, Druid of the Gaze, Thor. You're lovely to see you. Hello, Virgil. Hello, Hunter. Hello, No Eyes for You, a Strazy, Shortling Bird, Vox Marinix, Artificer Neptune, boofed it, Heavy Metal Maniac, lovely to see you as well. Let's see. Hello, Astra Arts, definitely didn't forget it was Monday. Listen, time's not real. Time's not real. Enjoy your campaign, Lucky, you got this. Hello, Ollie B. Am I missing anyone? Hello, Old Man Windbreaker, wonderful to see you. Neptune. Parshi, wonderful to see you. I was trying to use a Vintage Story, like the launcher for the music, and it didn't work. I tried. Vintage Story did not want to be my background music, and I was very disappointed about this. But you know what? We do our best. Hello, someone awesome. Hello, Array. Hello, Crochet Dragon. Hello, Mannequin of Theseus. Naps are worth. Should have taken a nap today. I did take a nap, and it was quite a nice nap. Hello, Latent Logic. Hello, Truth-Telling Puppet. Let's see. Hello, Road to Dusk. And hello, Asuno Tenshi. What's everyone up to? How have your days been? Chat, I'm gonna be dead ass with you. I'm running on, like, 2 hours of sleep. Lol, Lamau? I wonder if I can get my Fitbit to calculate how much sleep I'm on. I wonder if I can actually get my Fitbit to calculate how much sleep that I am on. Because it's not. Hello, Spacefish. Lovely to see you. Thank you for the Hydra Jam as well. One moment.
Oh shit.
Thank you, Adele, for the resub. How are you doing? Bark, bark, bite, bite. Doing good. Gonna be working on laundry a bit. Got a lot of working on. Got plans for April Fools. Hell yeah, hell yeah. I also have plans for April Fools. You'll should totally be here on Wednesday at 7 p.m. EST. Things will be happening. I promise. I'm putting a ton of work right now into making this happen. I've got, like, the work of a couple other people going into this. I'm very excited. I've been pulling so many all-nighters prepping for this. Fried rice. I'm so excited. AE about to channel his full ass into this. I am channeling my full ass into this. The best fried rice is the one that's a day old. Yeah, it's fried rice from yesterday. It's very good. Yeah, so my Fitbit straight up did not record any sleep. I know, I took a nap when I got home. And I also took a nap before I had to go out this morning. So I'm probably working on about 2 hours of sleep right now. I stayed up last night. You know, I had woken up around noon, but I ended up getting home and getting on the grind around, like, 10 p.m. And then 10 p.m. to 10 a.m. straight, I sat in a voice chat and I worked on shit. I think I have a photo at one point, like, pretty far into the time in the VC. Yeah, I do have a photo. I'm not kidding. Okay, why do I disappear when I hit this button? Hello, what the fuck did I do? Why do I perish? There we go. Alright. I am not fucking with you, chat. I'm not fucking with you. I got in VC with a couple of my content creator buddies. I just had people coming and going as they were available. For about 12 hours straight. For about 12 hours straight. I took like a 30-minute break at one point in this period, but no, the rest of that was me straight grinding. And I'm gonna be so real with you, this is where I'm at my happiest. Being so perfectly honest. This here is where I am at my happiest. I will say, Astro Arts, with all the love in the world, fuck Harry Potter. I'm not gonna do that, that text to AE, not for any particular reason, just because fuck Harry Potter. Or not of any personal, like, distaste. This is not me being mad at you. This is, etc, etc. It's literally just a fuck Harry Potter moment. I was stuck in work meetings and it was killing me. I'm so sorry, Good Hubert Gaming. How do you find the strength to do that for so long in a row? Genuine question. Vyvanse and having company. Being so perfectly honest. Thank you for the curse of scuff. Why did that not work? Why did it not scuff me? I know why it didn't scuff me. Give me a second, I forgot to set things up. God damn it. Hello, Mal. Hello, Random Bug as well. Bye. But no, it's a mix of Vyvanse and having company, but I'm just genuinely someone who is, like, most happy and most driven when I am dedicating myself fully to my work. You know, I was talking recently about how I can Dr. Henry Jekyll from the musical Jekyll and Hyde, and I actually re-listened to it last night, especially after hearing someone in chat talk about how, like, they went and listened to it and they get it now. The reason why I can specifically, like, musical Jekyll and Hyde is because he is a character who is fully and solely dedicated to his work, that he will put everything in his life aside, risk everything else in his life for the sake of his fucking work. And that is incredibly me core. Hello, Joe. I want to ask what happened, but also I think you just told this story. You visited the pub in Spawn Valley? I would love to visit the pub today. Bye. That call time is so real, though. I am the kind of person who I am genuinely at my happiest when I am able to just lock in for 6+ hours and grind endlessly on projects. And I love sitting in VCs where I'm all just, like, come and go as you please, hanging out with people. It is beautiful to me. Anyway, let me scuff myself because the thing didn't work. They should be working now. Let me actually see where it's at. Give me a moment. Oh, I should... Okay, one sec. Let me do this, and then... There we... Yes? No? Question mark? I'm doing my best today. Alright, we figured it out. We figured it out. This is where I'm supposed to be. Hi! Do you wish Vyvanse still actually worked well for me? God, I fucking love Vyvanse! Chat, I fucking love Vyvanse! We're gonna look while we do stuff while we're listening? No worries, enjoy your stuff, you got this. Just a little guy doing his best. I'm doing great. Chat, I fucking love prescription stimulants. I adore prescription stimulants. Congratulations on your test being over, no eyes for you, proud of you. Catching up with chat real quick. I couldn't sleep until 5 AM, so I got up at some reasonable time. Congratulations, proud of you. Hey, I'm proud of y'all for existing, fighting with everything you've got. The world is hard and scary, but you're doing amazing just in the act of existing and creating. Keep it up. Hello, Sailor Shy! Barker bye-bye! Lovely to see you! That's how I am with art and such, but with my job, it's... need something happening in the background or I'll fall asleep, which sucks while I'm delivery driving. Yeah, that's fair. Hello, Volnor! Welcome back from vacation! Enjoy your rest. It's so lovely to see you. I hope you've been well. Thanks for stopping on in and saying hello. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Bark, bark, bite, bite. I hope you've been good. Kind of crapped on me a bit back, so I'm trying other meds. I hope those other meds are working better for you. Do you have any time to do the lore for the Vintage Story server? I need to work on that. I have not had much time for the Vintage Story server lore, and I apologize that like we're about to hit like nearly a month of the server existing and I haven't written the lore. Other projects have been taking my priority. Hello, Abu, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I did literally just pull essentially a 12-hour shift straight of drawing. Those 12 hours were entirely me drawing stuff for the April Fool's stream. And God, I miss being able to lock in like that. No joke, I'm at my happiest when I lock in like that. I'm proud of you for all you've been through and all the positivity you spread regardless. You're an amazing person and insanely skilled artist. How dare you? I'm just a little guy. Happy that my supervisor's back from vacation, so it's not on me and one other person to act like supervisors. Hey, congratulations. Proud of you. I invented steel. Congratulations. I can get that, but however, it's so much drawing. I am genuinely at my happiest when I just lock in for 12 hours straight, dedicating the whole of myself to my art and sacrificing so much sleep in the effort. I love locking in and working on things that I enjoy for hours at a time. Need to finish my personal lore for the server. I need to do things first. I don't wanna. I get that. I get that. I think unfortunately writing is just a harder thing for me to lock in on, but I want to sometime in the near future just carve out a whole day that I dedicate to it, you know? Meanwhile, I invented steel. Chat, I love that. I need to pull all-nighters more often. I love pulling all-nighters. I love pulling all-nighters. Used to be able to lock in like that. Unfortunately, since content creation is not my focus anymore, rarely have time to be able to lock in. And that's so fair. Like, content creation is a really big part of my life, and locking in like this, I do it out of passion, you know? I do it out of passion. There's the motif in Jekyll and Hyde, the gothic musical thriller of, you know, he talking about Dr. Henry Jekyll. He has his work and nothing more. And that is so me core. That is so me core. I love sacrificing everything else in my life for the sake of my art and creation. It's something that I aspire to genuinely. I am, no joke, at my happiest when I am pulling insane hours, doing everything that I can towards the effort of creating. Hi, Jordan! Barber bye bye! Love the 10-hour art grind. Sailor Shy, we should draw sometime. We should, like, sit in a VC and draw sometime. How much of you liking Jekyll and Hyde because of the toxic yaoi-ass fan animatics? No, it's entirely because the musical just goes hard. It slaps. It's a good musical. Had I needed to give my players for my tabletop RPG a challenge on whoever could write the longest backstory that'd get some cookies or something? Throwback to my first D&D character and his 5k word backstory. How the fuck did I used to do that shit? Moderator spotted. Bites deployed. You're fine, Pyro. I'm so Yui build right now, congratulations. Largely the same way, but I've had trouble recently with actually knuckling down and doing the thing, but to be fair, it's largely because I've had projects I can just sit down and spend 7 hours on very often as of recent. See, I have so many of those projects, I just rarely have long enough blocks of time that I can dedicate to one thing, you know? Recently, my attention has been either so heavily split between half a dozen things, or I just have not had available blocks of time this long. But I am trying to get back to that, you know? I am working really hard to try to find the space for this in my life again, and it may require me, like, you know, just pulling a lot of all-nighters and sacrificing a lot of sleep, like today, but I think it's gonna be worth it. For me, this is what love looks like. I'd love to do an art co-stream sometime if you'd be down. I would love to! I would love to, Shy. We should do that sometime. Bark, bark, bite, bite. For some, 5k is light work. I know 5k isn't a lot to some people, but 5k to an average person I think is pretty big, you know? I think 5k to an average person is a lot of words. I Don't Regret Girlhood, a nearly hour-long video essay, is about 5K words. You know? Yeah. It's like 3 pages of lore. Can I find his backstory? Give me a second. I wonder if I can find it. Would have been in my old Google Drive account, right? Shit, I would not be logged into it on this account, or on this PC, unfortunately, so never mind. Can talk for hours but fuck writing? Yeah, and that's understandable. 5K words that in less than 1 day is pure insanity to me. See, I think it took me like 2 days to write his backstory, but that's still a lot of words. When I'm doing video essays, I'm lucky to get out like 500 words a day. And that's at me at my peak, you know? Made an entire country for my first D&D character, valid. I had to establish so much like culture and lore and whatnot. I miss 1, having free time, and 2, playing D&D a ton. One sec. I miss having free time and also playing D&D a ton. I used to be the kind of person who would go to my DM and say, hey, can I practice conwanging in your setting? Can I make a conwang? I've been really wanting to pick up my conwanging bullshit again lately. Gotta miss anything resembling a schedule, real. Hello, Banana Tiger. Hello, Ember Ray. We're talking about like writing and creation. I've made a whole ass conlangs for other people's D&D settings so many times, and I miss it. I have so many OCs, but I've never been able to find a D&D group in my area that's people my age. I hope you're able to one of these days. I hope you're able to. I've been very lucky that... How do I say? I have not played D&D since the Homeless Saga, or any kind of tabletop RPG, but I'm actually going to be playing my first tabletop RPG session in about 2 years, relatively soon, which I'm excited for. And it's going to be like a stream thing, not on my channel, on someone else's. I'll make sure y'all get the link when the time comes. I'll announce it in advance. But that is a thing that I'm looking forward to getting to do relatively soon. That said, I've always been very lucky that like Dungeons & Dragons and other tabletop RPGs have been accessible to me, that I've had the ability to engage with them, but I am someone who very much prefers play-by-post styles at this point in my life. Hello, Strap Streams! Bark, bark, bite, bite! How are you? Been part of a campaign that's been running over 5 years. My longest campaign I was ever in was about 3 years before it fizzled out. We never actually finished the campaign. But we did play consistently for 3 years. Hello, Fiona. Lovely to see you. Bye. I just upgraded my original series for the day. Currently doing some drawing. Hell yeah, Ember Ray. I love this for you. Don't mind me idly eating my my food, my dinner right now. Hello, Sunsweet. How are you? Hello, Strap. How is everyone? My DM's actually gonna be doing a panel about D&D at a con in the future. Hell yeah, I'm excited to go to more conventions coming up soon. I'll be honest, going to conventions has been a little bit scary in the area I currently live because all the conventions are massive and I kind of want to go to like smaller cons. I've thought actually, because there's, hello Valley V, welcome on in, bye. There are a couple like smaller VTubing conventions around the US and I've thought about applying to like do meet and greets or be a guest at some of them. Like there's an East Coast VTuber convention I recently stumbled upon. I forget when it's happening, I need to look into it. But I've considered like trying to table or guest or something at it. Because I think that could be cool, and I think I might be big enough that I could throw my hand in the ring for it. But it's definitely scary, you know? Never done a D&D thing in my life. Completely fair. Thank you for the hydrate. Let me get a stretch as well. Not gonna be here long, I must read the Iliad, no worries. Good book. Our games typically go for around 3 years, though we've been going consistently for almost 10 years. Okay, maybe it's just because I'm 24. But I'm friends with very few people that I knew a decade ago. Very few of my friends have been in my life for over a decade. And most of those friendships are people who, like, I stopped talking to and then reconnected with at some point. Hello, Fish and Chips! Sparkle by Bite! Snowy here, we lost previous account. Oh, no worries! It's lovely to see you again. These things happen. It's wonderful to see you in a new form. Welcome, welcome! I hope you know that you'll always have a place here. How are you? What should I call you these days? Thank you, Shortling Bird, for the tier 1 gift sub to Fish and Chips. Haven't just let my hand do whatever on the page and basically do it something in so long. Do it! Do it! Chat! Create! 3 streams straight, I never do this? Well, hey, it's a pleasure to have you. I am glad to be a consistent part of people's lives in any capacity. You know? I am happy to, even if I'm just someone you poke your head into once a week or so, I'm happy to be a part of people's lives just in general. It is an honor to be someone that you say hello to be someone that you spend your time with, to be someone that you even just desire to give little life updates to. I am honored. Genuinely. When I see you live, I just watch for a while, take my mind off things, and I'm happy for it. Snowy will do. I'll do my best to remember that. It's always a little bit harder when it's not in the username, so I apologize if I start calling you like Fish or something, but I appreciate you. Thank you so much for stopping on in and saying hello again. It is a pleasure to reacquaint ourselves. I have a really hard time maintaining long-term friendships. It's more so for me that it isn't until relatively recent in my life that I've been mentally stable enough to maintain long-term relationships, if I'm so honest. Chat, Fork found in kitchen, the VTuber is mentally ill. Fork found in fucking kitchen, the VTuber has a lot of mental illness. And I have, for a lot of my life, really struggled to maintain relationships, largely because of a lot of undiagnosed mental illness. And I'm gonna be so honest, me a few years ago was not a great person. Not intentionally so. I was never like someone who was intentionally abusive, but I lacked the emotional stability necessary to be a positive force in the lives of many of the people that I cared about. And that was work I had to do, you know, and I've done that work. And so it's only relatively recently in life that I'm able to handle and to maintain long-term relationships where I'm starting to, you know, have people who I have known for 7 or 8 years or who I, you know, still talk to regularly in a close capacity for longer than a couple years and whatnot. Life gets better. Life gets better. I hope y'all know, life fucking gets better. Mental health is a chaotic thing. It is indeed. Still didn't rename this one. No worries. As soon as we finish making our patches, we get yours to put on our battle jacket. Hell yeah! Chat, did you know that I have cool merch? Did y'all know that I have cool merch? Exclamation point merch. I'm gonna shill a little bit. You can go to shop.archivist.com and you can shop cool merch items that I sell. You can find these cool merch items. You can find this amazing design here on a handful of different items, tank tops, hoodies, etc. I have made them as cheap as I can manage while making it worth my while, and put it on as many options as I can. I've also got this cool wanted poster print. We got a logo sticker. We have the dog tags and our patches. Now the dog tags and patches are particularly special because I package and ship those myself. I get 100% of the profit. I package and ship them. You usually get a little extra or a little treat in there alongside it, usually like a candy bracelet or a pin or whatever I have lying around. But I try to make it something special. If you have the resources and would like to support a dumb queer artist, there you go. Usually, if you order the dog tags or patches, I will at some point within the next week mail you a package myself. Hee. There you go, chill over. It's another way to support me while getting something for yourself, you know? Is it the most profitable way of supporting me? Not really. I make like about $5 per item purchased, but it is a good way if you want to get something for yourself or to, you know, represent your local Enfield in public. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Hello, Ina and Forlorn. How are y'all doing? Bark, bark, bite, bite. My paw's too soft, my tail too fluffy. They'll get me. I will bite you. I will bite you. Dumb queer artists, take my money. Now, of course, please put yourselves first and foremost, but I am pretty proud of my merch, and I try to make it as, like, indie and punk as I can get away with. Hello, Crocodile! Sorry, you missed me shilling. Need to find a punk gig to go to in my area and get out to a few protests? Do it, genuinely. Like, life gets so much more worthwhile and so much more beautiful when you start getting involved in your community and, like, fighting for, you know, sustainable change in your area. I believe that wholeheartedly. Life gets so much more beautiful when you start living life, if I can say it that way. Don't mute my music. Don't do that. One of the best things that I've done for my mental health has just been getting involved in my local punk scene and also my local activist community. Starting to live life in those realms has been absolutely incredible. I got questioned today on how I got my dog tags back, so I just shut them off. Oh. That is a lot of patches, fish and chips. Good luck. I'll be putting these cinnamon delights from Taco Bell first. These things fire. You know what? Real and valid. That sounds so good, actually. Share with the class? I want fucking cinnamon delights from Taco Bell. Jesus fucking Christ, chat. Every time I go to IHOP, I occasionally go to IHOP with my local punks after shows and whatnot. Every single time we go to IHOP, it takes all of my strength not to get the cinnamon milkshake they have. They have a cinnamon milkshake, and it is an absolute fucking delight. It is an absolute treat, a treasure. I love it. I want it so badly. Please put it in my mouth. Please put it in my mouth. Wait, why not get it? Because it's like an additional $10 on my order. Because I'm poor. They're so fucking good. They only sell them in 2 or 12, so I feel like Big Mac buying 2 orders of 2. Nah, listen, you gotta do what you gotta do. You gotta do what you gotta do. There's a Chinese restaurant near me. They serve churros and burritos, and they're kind of hella good. Hell yeah. Yeah, cinnamon milkshake. It's really good. Semi-related note. I'm very hyped because I am going to a punk show tomorrow. It's the first show I'm going to in like 2 weeks, and it's the first big show I'm going to since January. I am so excited. I am desperately hoping there will be a good mosh pit because I need to get knocked on my ass. Hi, Royce. How are you doing today? Bark, bark, bite, bite. Don't mind me eating my fried rice. Oh, good question, Fish. What have I recommended to you in the past, and what did you enjoy? Because I can base my recommendations off of that. Glad you're doing well, Royce. And hello, Ein. Lovely to see you. Taco Bell has the Midnight Baja Blast, pretty good. Not as good as the normal Baja Blast, but good for something new. I have not tried the Midnight Baja Blast yet, but you're tempting me. Chad, do I get the Midnight Baja Blast soon? Do I do that? Do I give in to corporate greed? I'm a chronic lurker. I know this, but I appreciate you regardless. Doesn't mean I'm not gonna say hi to you and tell you that I think you're amazing and I love you. Platonic, you know? Midnight Blaha and some cinnamon delights, go for it. You know what? You know what? I know what I'm doing soon. I know what I'm doing after tomorrow night's punk show. I enjoy folk punk so far. It's been days and days and days of the state. Alright, Sister Wife Sex Strike. Absolutely incredible. Try Pigeon Pit. They're not everyone's speed, but I adore them. They're my personal favorite band. Confession Kids. Really good Florida-based folk punk. Do I have anything? Of course I have more, but I'm trying to look like what stands out. Artists. Frog Legs is absolutely amazing. Really love Frog Legs. I have to shout out X30 Fingers. They're local. They're incredible. I adore them. I have so much. I have so much. And I'm gonna go out on a limb and tell you to also listen to Sarah and the Safe Word. I need more chocolate milkshake. Get more chocolate milkshake. Do it. 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 Speaking of Pigeon Pit, forgot to tell you, but a month ago or so ago, my library got the album you recommended to me. Oh fuck yeah! Have you listened to it yet? Did you enjoy it? I love giving people music recommendations. Chat, okay. You know how the majority of people communicate with their friends, or not the majority, but you know how it's really commonplace, especially in like these sort of social circles, to communicate with other people primarily by like sending them memes, you know? And then just kind of like no strings attached sending of whatever image you happen to find on a relevant like subreddit or feed or whatnot that vaguely reminds you of a person. You know how that's like a thing? I wish it was acceptable to do the same thing with music, or rather not necessarily acceptable. I wish music was a more appreciated form of media by the majority of people to an extent where I couldn't do that. Music, unfortunately, is so reliant on individual taste and preference, and there's a lot of people who just aren't big music listeners in general. And I wish it was easier to just go to a friend and say, hey, this song reminds me of you. I wish it was easier for me to just go to my friends and say, this song reminds me of you, and have that mean as much as me sending them, like, a meme, you know? I love I love getting to like share music with people because music is so important to me, but it's just inherently a less, how do I say, relatable and accessible form of media. Music is great and I'm getting into guitars, so if you excuse me, I'm gonna turn folk punk into heavy metal at some point. Do it. One of my favorite musicians does a thing where they take random songs and turn them to ska songs. Give me a second. There was a punk show at my public library and the mosh pit was one of the best I've ever been in. Hell yeah, Hunter! That fucking mosh pit in a library sounds so good, actually. I wish I was there. Holy fuck. That's so good. I don't think Poor Man's Poison is folk punk, but they are adjacent. I'm not sure. I don't think they're folk punk, but it's adjacent enough. What was I gonna look up? I was gonna look something up. Oh great, I know what I was gonna look up. One of my favorite musicians is this individual by the name of Jer. And Jer, before they started making music themselves, ran a YouTube channel, still actively runs a YouTube channel, where they do ska covers of various songs, primarily emo songs, but they've branched out a lot over time, and do like, you know, oh, they did You're a Mean One, Mr. Grinch. They've done a lot of like video game music, the Pokemon Center theme. It's literally just ska covers of other songs. And I fuck with it so heavy. I fuck with it so heavy. I love when people take music and reimagine it into other genres. I want to eventually like do a series of covers where I take songs that are not folk punk and do them in folk punk style. I'd love to do that one of these days. Music's full of gray areas and that's okay. I agree, but also I just wish that I could share my folk punk or with other people and have it be a bit more accessible and a bit more appreciated, you know? I'm just a little guy sometimes. I'm just a little guy sometimes. Now, I do kind of want to show y'all some of this. Give me a moment. I'm gonna real quickly mute the desktop audio in the VOD. Let me show y'all a little bit of what Jer does because Jesus Christ, they're so cool. Come on. Hi, pizza! This stuff is so cool to me. Reimagining a song in a new genre, it's so cool. It's so cool. I love Jer. They're genuinely... Chat, can I say something wild? Friend of a friend. By the way, friend of a friend. Friend of a friend. Well, this is the first time I'm probably learning what ska actually is, and why am I grooving? Ska goes so hard. Ska fucks heavy. Jer here is a friend of a friend. I know someone who has like worked with them professionally. Someone who I'm gonna be living with soon, actually. Thanks for the memories. I found out my soon-to-be roommate's brother is the tour manager for like one of my favorite ska bands as well. So I've been having feelings lately. Who's your favorite marriage candidate in Stardew? Elliot. Elliot. It's Elliot. It's Elliot. My favorite is Elliot. But no, this shit goes heavy. Six Small World. I'm... How do I say? I have recently found out that I have a lot of connections in the punk music industry, particularly the ska punk music industry, but also in folk punk as well. But I have a lot of connections in like the DIY punk scene that I'm probably going to be weaponizing in the near future. I'm hoping next year or sometime this year to be able to weaponize those connections properly and like get some shows set up. Now that I genuinely have connections in the industry. Quote unquote industry. Further recommendations already? Let me write them down for you. Hello, Neko Boy Blue. Sister Protector, Fishing Pit, Confession Kids. X Dirty Fingers. There you go. Jer also goes on the listing. My usual per stream bit of having a topical meme. I appreciate it. Thank you. I am also gonna play an original of Jer's if I can be so brave. If I'm allowed to be so bold, I'm gonna make y'all listen to an original Jer song as well because genuinely they're so cool. They are so fucking cool. Do they have where do I go for the way you tune it out? The way you tune it out. Here we go. Making y'all listen to this one as well. Sorry for being late to stream. No worries, Zelda. Barber by bite. Let me peek at Neko's meme in the meantime. For your consideration, emo, the world is broken, and I'm sad because there's nothing I can do to fix it. Goth, the world is broken, but there's an odd beauty to the dark parts. Punk, the world is broken, and I am angry, and I'm going to fight to fix it. Ska, maybe the world is broken, but I've got a fucking trumpet. I fuck with this heavy. We've been listening to We the Heathens. I love We the Heathens. They're very good. Good pick. Way you tune it out. They're so talented. Please go listen to Jer. They're so cool. They're on tour right now. Chat, they're on tour right now. If you want to go to a cool punk show, they're on tour. This shit goes hard. I am UK beast. I'm too poor for out-of-country gigs. Where in the... Okay, I'm not going to ask you exactly where in the UK you are. I am just going to pull something up for you. Did you hear that Apes of the State and Sister Wife Sex Strike are currently on a UK tour? I think they're still on it. Yep. Wait. Oh, it's starting in a couple weeks, actually. Apes of the State is about to be on a UK tour. Just throwing that out there. Hi, Reggie. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Apes of the State and Sister Wife Sex Strike, two incredible bands. About to be on a UK tour. They're going to be in Bristol, Nottingham, Manchester, Edinburgh, Glasgow, Belfast, Dublin, Liverpool, Cardiff, and London. There you go. I'm very good at keeping up with the tours of my favorite bands. In any case. Hee. I remember listening to a lot of Polish ska, utterly incomprehensible even to me, by the way, because my parents. I mean, that's still cool and valid. I fuck with it. Your feathers get in the way of bites? Suffer. EA called me his friend, said nice things earlier in the day. Yeah, because you're my friend and I like you, bitch. But there you go. There's me shilling for Jer again. Because I need to shill for Jer at least once a month. I fucking love Jer. I need to shill for at least one band every now and then for, like, my sanity, you know? My brain is just filled with the need to shill for bands I enjoy. You're welcome, chat. About to be in Dublin for a con in 2 weeks? Oh, enjoy! Good luck to ya. Hope it's a good time. Hee. Whenever I see the bands I enjoy going on tours, I try to, like, shill them as much as I can, especially, like, these smaller punk bands that are just desperately trying to make do. I try to shout them out with everything I've got, because, like, they deserve the love and support, and you guys deserve to listen to cool music and get involved in your local, like, fucking punk scenes. I will shill for my favorite bands, because they deserve it. They deserve every shine of support. Gonna consult my patch design book? Fuck yeah. You're my friend and I like you. Get hit with a tree that I cut down without saying timber with malicious intent. Chat, I like my friends because I can say weird freaky shit in front of them and no one questions it. You know. If you got any recommendations for the Alt Georgia area, could use some stuff to do. Go see if Jer pops into your area, because they're currently on tour. I know I'm going to be seeing them in, I think, June. There is, I think, a Georgia-based folk punk band that I know as well. Oh, sorry, that's Asheville, North Carolina. Never mind. Lurky Skunk is not Georgia, they're Asheville. I don't know, I'd have to dig around a little bit more. It's okay, E, we know you can't stop talking about... Not my kink. North Carolina mentioned, indeed, indeed. I know a lot of folks who live in Asheville. Actually, Music Talks reminded me how my boss was playing his playlist when we were both working in the morning. American Idiot started playing, and he stopped what he was doing to go to the back and skip it. He did it because he didn't want to be insensitive to me, LGBTQ coworker who loves the song when it pops up. Oh, see, that's really cute because like it's well intentioned, you know? Like that's really adorable. Because it's well intentioned. He didn't want you to like hear the F slur and potentially get upset. Like that's actually really cute. For a second, I was like, "Oh, he's upset at the political content or something." No, that's actually adorable. Honestly, I've been flipping between listening to punk and just Slipknot for the past couple of weeks now. I mean, valid, genuinely valid. Listen, I jump back and forth between listening to like folk punk and musicals a lot of the time, you know? I just love music. I fucking love music. Anyone here fuck with Jeff Rosenstock? Professor Pigeon, I have crowd surfed to Jeff Rosenstock. And it was beautiful. It was glorious. I've seen Jeff Rosenstock twice and I fucking crowd surfed. There is a video that I can't show you guys of me crowd surfing to Jeff Rosenstock. When something funny on a guitar I might be getting? Oh, feel free to share. Jeff Rosenstock goes heavy. I got to see Jeff Rosenstock at Fest last year, and it was absolutely glorious. Fried rice. Me and my fiance, both of us, call each other we're the privacy of our messages. No, that's real and valid. With certain friends, I will throw that word around, but only when I know it's okay, you know? That's kind of how I approach it. If I have established rapport with someone and know that they're chill with it, sure, I'll throw that word around with them. But I only do so if I have said rapport. I'm not just gonna walk up to another queer person and throw out the F slur, but I will do that with my close friends who I know are chill about it. Might be grabbing a free guitar, but it's a problem. It's full of beer from pre-lockdown from a gig the dude went to. I hope you're able to fix it or recover it. That's still a really funny backstory. Queer, on the other hand, I will throw around with no fucking thought because I consider queer to be like the closest term to somewhat my identity. Don't feel like I should say the uh-oh word, even though I've been down gay bad a million towards a few people, so IDK. I mean, it's complicated and nuanced for me. Like, how do I say this? Okay. I'm gonna say something a little bit out there here. I've talked about this before. There is a difference between being gay and being queer. I know a lot of the time when we throw the word queer around, we throw it around as a synonym of LGBT, but when I use the term queer, I am more often than not using it in the anthropological and queer theory senses. Because, you know, there's the colloquial, everyday definition of queer, which is, you know, an LGBT person. Then we get into anthropology, anthropology, wherein queer is understood as anyone who exists outside of cultural norms. This can include disabled people, this can include, in times, animals even. To be queer is to exist outside of a normative, of cultural norm. And then there's queer theory, wherein queerness is an active effort. It is an active thing that you choose to do. It is to make the choice to be, how do I say? Oh, what's the word I'm looking for? A lot of queer people are very assimilationist. It is the choice to not be assimilationist. It is the choice to, the active effort to subvert cultural norms, to transgress. And that is the kind of queer that I am, you know? Hello, Crisper Crow. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Have a weird relationship with it because I'm kind of stick out like a sore thumb by default, and that's fair. You know, it's complicated. I am someone who, like, I transgress in every realm that I can, and so I feel a certain ownership and belonging over the word. But that's not gonna be the case for everyone, you know? And that's why I'm particular about where I use it and who I use it towards. Hee hee. Hello, Crisper Crow, though. Wonderful to see ya. Wonderful to see ya. Don't mind me sipping on my energy drink. I decided to fix it and name it, Guinness. Real as fuck. To be a bundle of 6 for last Halloween, but decided nah, people might not get it. That'd be really funny, though. That'd be really funny, though. Might actually go to the local uni event about punk history and patchmaking as an alumni. Genuinely it helped me learn more. Hell yeah! That sounds amazing! I hope you enjoy it. It's genuinely badass that they're doing something like that. I adore punk. Punk is so, so important to me. Hi, Dusklight. Lovely to see you. I am a big, big, big fan of everything punk. I want to bring more punk into my streams. I'm just trying to figure out what forums to do that in. Like, I've been really, really itching to do some DIY streams lately, so y'all might see some of that soon. Want to step in your energy drink too? I promised to fountain it. I don't trust you like that. Boofy says it's the difference between being proactive versus passive with it. I wouldn't even necessarily say that. I think there's an active choice in choosing to lean into the transgressive, messy elements of punk. Or rather, of gender and sexuality. Hello, Flo Whimsical! Bark, bark, bite, bite! How are you? Arrrrrrrah. We're talking a little bit about some queer theory stuff at the moment. But there's absolutely, like, queer people who choose to conform. It's the queer people who talk about, like, how kink doesn't exist at Pride, and about how, you know, we need to appease the cisheads by making ourselves more palatable to them and to their experiences. When I talk about how there's a difference between being gay and being queer, the gays who are not queer are the people who look at me and to tell me that I am giving, you know, the LGBT community a bad name by being too loud and too transgressive. How are you? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I had a very nice night last night. I stayed up until 7 or about 9 in the morning working on shit, making stuff, and it was wonderful. And I feel so good. We're vibing. We're gonna be playing some vintage story tonight, but we're just chilling in the meantime. Oh, Crocodile, I promise there's other music in your area. You just need to find the tiny punk venues. I am incredibly good at finding local punk scenes. I know the general area you live in. This is a dangerous thing to say, chat. But if you buy my merch, I know the general area you live in. I do get to see that information. Wish I knew who I was right now. No worries, that's okay, fish and chips. That is hard and complicated, and I can't say I know much about that, but... if I move to a bigger city in my state, I'm probably gonna find a scene, actually. Yeah, you probably will. Barbar by bite. Powerful aura, which is the benefit and curse. Really don't put a lot of effort into being me and still end up being unique. I think that's called autism. Boof says if you're ever in Georgia, we'll happily go to a show with you. There is, you know, Gracie Bacon, it's funny you say that because I have been tempted to drive up to Atlanta for a show in a couple months. There's a show happening in June in Atlanta that I've been extremely tempted to drive to. One moment though. I need to what was I gonna check? What was I gonna check? I'm about to be like the worst actually on purpose. One sec, one sec. There's a punk scene where you live. Crocodile, there is a punk scene where you live. I know where you live and there is a punk scene. And I just looked up the name of the city followed by punk scene and went to Reddit. There's a fucking Facebook group for hardcore punk in that city as well. I'm angry and stupid. Chat, if you want to find a punk scene, look up the name of the nearest notable city, followed by the words punk scene, and find a Reddit thread. They'll tell you where to go. If there's a punk scene where I live, there's a punk scene almost everywhere. Exactly. You get it, definitely, Fuse. You know how I found my local punk scene? I looked up the name of the city I live in, followed by the words punk scene on Google. And it pointed out all the venues. I got the names of like a dozen venues, and I'm like, alright, cool, let me start looking for shows that interest me at these venues. Hope you all are well. I'm doing very well. I had a very nice night last night. I stayed up in a voice call for, I am not joking, 12 hours working on content stuff. I am not kidding. Chat, sometimes you just need to sit in the VC for 12 hours. Shit, thank you, I'm about to write these down. Hell yeah, I hope you're able to find something. The Reddit thread I found is 5 years old, but chances are at least a few of those resources are still around. And you can, you know, you go to a couple shows, you start making connections, you start hearing about more events, you start following the local bands and seeing who they play with and what tours they open for. That's how you find a local punk scene, you know? You just need 1 or 2 little entrance points, and you'll get there. Bob, sleep, please. No. There's a punk scene in a local city, but it's super small, tiny, and even said local city is the only city in the country in the capital. It's definitely harder outside of the US, and in more rural areas, but like, if you are anywhere near a sizable, if you're in the US and anywhere near a sizable city, I promise there is a punk scene. You just need to, you really just need transportation. That said, yeah, if you're outside of the US or in like a smaller country, it's definitely harder. And if there isn't one, you can make one. True! It's not easy, but you can. There's a Facebook group where we all pretend to be mods. I love this. Do you know about the undertones? It sounds familiar. But nah, chat, I love sitting in VCs for 12 hours straight, working my ass off. I love committing my life to my art. Chat, he has his work and nothing more. The no terrified me and it was loud as shit because I have headphones on. I'm sorry. I apologize. One moment. I need to plug my phone in real quick. He's being mad at me.
Oh shit.
Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Hi Kivu. How are you? Bark bark bite bite. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. Hi. Welcome on in, Arrrrrrrah. I'm talking about my terrible fucking sleep schedule. I'm nocturnal. How are you doing? Bark, bark, bite, bite. One moment, one moment. Do I show off the brain. Do I show off the toxic yaoi again? Hey guys. Since Kibu just walked in, Do I show off the toxic yaoi again? Yes? Alright. Chat says yes. Chat says yes. Beautiful. Perfect. Hey guys. Hey guys, you see Kibu right there who just followed and is actively currently in chat? Need I say more? Need I shill further? Yaoi fucking deployed. Need I say further? Oh god, I'm shy now. Suffer, 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 suffer at my hand. Be shy. I will shill this. I will shill this, Art, and you can't stop me. Suffer. Get perceived. The hand on the eye patch, it's so good. It's so good. Anyway, I'm normal. I'm incredibly normal. I'm incredibly normal about this. This has not been consuming my brain for like the last goddamn week. I have been able to think about things other than this. I have not started, like... Thank you so much, Chortling Bird, for the gift sub to Kifu. Genuinely talented artist. And also Rigger. By the way, if I'm allowed to be a little bit of a bastard, I have been poking around your feed a little bit, and your rigging's really good. Would you mind if I, like, poke you sometime to ask how you accomplish some of the rigging stuff you do? Cause, like, I think you're really good at it, and I do my own rigging, and I'm not very good at it. Feel free to do? Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. Thank you, I appreciate it. There will be an ad hitting soon, by the way, folks. Twitch just forced me to run ads. I tend to run them in little 3-minute bursts every hour on the hour. Y'all know the drill. Bark, bark, bite, bite. My hands are yours. I will steal them. I'm cutting them off at the wrist. They're mine now. I'm an incredibly normal content creator on the website twitch.tv. There's nothing weird about me. I'm so yeah, that's what I'm about to do. That emote is what I'm about to do. Hands. Perfect for biting. But but they're tasty! But they're tasty! I want them! What do you mean, hype train? We're supposed to be going through an ad, what the fuck? Surprised that you let him get like that without biting him. That's why there's an apple up in my face, because I'm a hungry little bastard. You know, that's why the apple's there, because I'm a hungry little bastard. Because I'm a bitey boy. Because I'm a bitey fucking punk on the internet. Guess you can have them, but only because it's you. Aw, thank you. I'm so glad that I'm worth giving up your limbs for. I'm so glad that I've earned the privilege of your limbs. Hello, Kotal-Khan. And they scuffed me. And they scuffed me. God fuck you. Okay, I do need to put something in my fridge real quick. I apologize if I leave these leftovers out any longer. My brain will implode, but I promise I'll return. Be right back. See y'all shortly. You're so cute, Scuff. I'm not cute. I'm handsome. How dare you? BRB. Okay, I did the thing. I did the thing. I'm normal. One moment. AE when Scuff reminds me of the Dyra Wimpykin drawings. It is kind of that art style, but I think it still fucks. Even if I am no longer in contact with the person who did the Scuff model, I think it fucks pretty heavy. I was up to no good on the Vintage Story server. I'm excited to play Vintage Story tonight. It's gonna be so good. I died and lost all of my stuff while AFK last time I played on the server, so I am going to be recouping my losses from like scratch. It's gonna be a long day, but I'm really excited to play on the server again because I love Ninja Story. It's so good.
Oh shit.
Thank you, Azu, for the resub. Barbara, bye-bye. I did see Mal's Pub. I'm so excited. Just posted peak and suggestions, by the way. What kind of peak are we talking about? Wait. Horse magnifier? What do you mean horse Wait, no, okay, wait. I had things I wanted to talk- Azu, thank you for the 5 gift subs. What the fuck? How dare you? How dare you? Thank you so much. What the hell? Chat, what the fuck do you mean horse magnifier? I had things I wanted to talk about, but now I need to know what horse magnifier is. The evil and intimidating horse. The train started Fairpoint. Thank you so much for the support, how dare you. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. I have just been sent a game called Horse Magnifier, and while I wanted to talk more about, like, queer theory and politics, because that's what we do around here, I am a very loud anarchist content creator and all of that.
Oh shit.
Thank you, Baphomet, for the resub. Barbara, bye-bye. Hello, Horse Twink! Apparently, I've been sent a horse game, and now I need to know. What the fuck is Horse Magnifier? What the fuck is Horse Magnifier? I gotta find out. Yeah, I am a loud anarchist here on the internet. Talking about queer issues, leftist issues, the punk- Oh, Jesus Christ. Why are you so loud? Why are you loud? This game is about magnifying horses. Drag the lenses in the correct position to match the goal. It's gotta be exact. What? What is this? What do you mean? Huh? Huh? Thank you for the 5 gift subs, Mr. Bookboy. Huh? Chris, get the banana. Potassium. I'm so confused. I don't know what's happening. No notes game of the year. You know what? I would not be mad if this won game of the year. I had stuff I wanted to talk about. I had things I wanted to do this stream. Horse magnifier. What's the horse button do? Let's find out. I need to play this next time I get high. I'm saving this for the next time I get high. This is something I need to experience while under the influence of marijuana. This is something I need to experience while under the influence of marijuana. I need to play this drunk. Wait, you should put on your cowboy hat? Where's my cowboy hat? Shit. You're so right. Where's my cowboy hat? Yeah! I'm a cowboy! Chad, I'm a cowboy! Chad, I'm a cowboy! What the fuck is any of this? Well, howdy, partner. I'm a cowboy. Fear me. This is the best stream. I'm so happy. I'm experiencing emotions right now. I'm gonna be so perfectly honest. I'm experiencing emotions at this current point in time. What did I walk in on? Horse magnifier. Game of the year, horse magnifier. Today we're going to be playing the earliest Red Dead Redemption 2 demo known. I'm so happy this exists. I am so happy that this exists. I'm so glad this is art. Chad, this is art. This shit would cost me my grade in computer lab. Chad, this is what art looks like. Imagine this is a minigame in one of those Barbie Horse Adventure games. I would play the shit out of that. Chat, I miss Barbie Horse Adventures. I want to one of these days go and like play more Barbie Horse Adventures with y'all, because it's genuinely such an experience of a series. There are multiple Barbie Horse Adventures games, and I think I've only streamed one of them. Horse. Horse. This is not what I meant to be doing today, but you know what? We're already here. UK's Green Party is hosting a party, basically a small music festival in Leeds, with the leader Zach Polinsky appearing. It's in Leeds though, April 19th. I don't know much about this, but is this good? Is this good positive news? Should I be happy about this? That is my question. Because I'll be honest, I admit I am not as aware of the ongoing political situations in like other countries as I really should be as a leftist. It is a flaw of mine, I will admit. Cool, thumbs up. This originally originated with someone playing around with shaders and then said, fuck it, I'm turning this into a game. It's really good. I'm so glad this exists. This makes me incredibly happy. This is joy right here. This is joy. Green Party is like the only cool party in the UK. I thought so. I wasn't 100% on that. Thank you. Good luck to y'all. Green Party is allowing everyone to get Mega Bush and right on Packet all night. This is so good. Alright, chat. They made that horse look like a dog. Hello, alien.air. I had things I wanted to do today. I'll let myself play a couple more levels. I do eventually need to actually like do the stuff we're supposed to be doing today. But I'll let myself play a little bit more because, oh my god, I am experiencing art right now. Chat, I think this, if anything, is proof that like all art is worth making. If you have a dream, then that thing that you are dreaming of is worth creating. After all, this exists, and I would like to say that we are thoroughly enjoying it, you know? And if something like this can be loved and appreciated, imagine what could happen if you just took the time to make stuff. You know? Imagine what could come if you just put in the love and work to make your dreams reality. I've activated my stand to power a horse magnifier. One more. I can stop whenever I want, chat. I can stop whenever I want. Okay. I can stop whenever I want. 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 We've spent 20 minutes talking about horse magnifier. I can stop whenever I want. I am so glad I know that horse magnifier exists. I will be saving that link for the next time I get high. Because holy shit. That was glorious. Absolute art. Chat, all art has a right to exist. I encourage all art to be created. Please, chat, please. If there is art that you want to bring into the world, even if you think it's something shallow and stupid, I promise someone in the world will love it. Like, I just loved that game right there. If you can dream of a thing to create, even if it is just something small, even if you think it is something that will only be liked by a small number of people, it is worth creating. Hi, host! Thank you for the streak. How are you doing? Burper bye bye. Fuck it, I use a pencil instead. Burn down the Zinda Center is real! Real! Chat, there's someone out there that'll appreciate the art that you want to bring into the world. I promise. I promise there is someone in the world who wants to see whatever the hell it is you dream of creating. And if you don't dream of creating anything, that's okay. That's alright, you don't have to. But I've had to learn the hard way that not everyone in the world is built with the desire of creation, though I absolutely am. Thank you, Short Lemur, for the hydrate. Burp for my bite. Thank you for the hydrate. I've had to learn the hard way that not everyone in the world has the deeply embedded desire to create art, but I absolutely am someone who has that, and I know many people in chat also do. I've, you know, witnessed firsthand, no offense, how many of you are wannabe creators who don't do. There's a notion a friend of mine gave genesis to. I'm trying to remember what exactly it was, but it was some notion along the lines of like, being a thinker rather than a maker. And there's a lot of people in chat who, no offense, with all the love in the world, give me that vibe. A lot of you, this is not everyone, but a lot of you are dreamers who desire to create something but feel as though you either do not have the capacity and skill, or you're scared of failure, or you worry that no one will appreciate the thing and thereby you need to somehow become worthy of the thing being appreciated before you can even make it. Fuck all that bullshit. If you are one of those dreamers, make the thing. You think I became a good Twitch streamer by not streaming? You think I became a good Twitch streamer by sitting around thinking about streaming? Nah. I started streaming, I sucked at it for a couple years, and then I got good. Because that's how becoming a good creative works, you know? I'm kind of forcing myself to do the same thing with my video essays right now, because it's not easy. It's not easy at all. But you got this, I'm proud of you. Keep on loving, keep on fighting, and hold on. Ate you with the emotional bites. I'm nothing if not a bitey boy. I don't have the capacity to take on a big project at the moment, but when I will, I can. It's okay also if your projects are just small things. It's okay, chat, if right now creating just means, like, 15-minute doodles, or drabbles you complete in an hour, or silly little projects you do for practice or for fun. It doesn't, you know, it doesn't have to mean making something big right now. It just means start the process of making things. I also didn't start off streaming 20 hours a week. You know, I started streaming once or twice a week for like 2 hours. You're allowed to start small. Excuse me, can my vintage story white noise stop calling me out, please? No! Hello, thank you for the hydrate, J. Crispy. Bark for my bite. Starting my journey of learning French this week? Hell yeah! One must sound like an idiot to start learning? Always, always. You're gonna suck at the thing for a while, and that's okay. And there's gonna be times where your progress is a lot faster than otherwise, and that is also okay. The journey is part of why we make, you know? The journey is part of why we create. I like to think so anyway. Thank you, Zelda, for the yeehawed. Thank you, Zelda, for the yeehawed. Chat, I'm yeeing my haws out here. Making anything is dope. Fun little things that people make that make my day better. Real. I feel that. I feel that, absolutely. Few things better my life as much as weird, cool, transgressive art does. When I discover a new song that hooks me, or something of that nature, my life is enriched. I definitely think my primary means of engaging with art is absolutely, music, but you know. Accidentally typed AE punk scene and the anarcho-punk Wikipedia page came up. Chat, I can't wait until I have a Wikipedia page. I want to have a Wikipedia page someday. I want to have a Wikipedia page someday. Everyone always says yee-haw, but no one ever says ha-yee. feel like to have the urge to create? Everything in my body is constantly yearning and urging to... Okay. I recently remembered that, Jekyll and Hyde, a gothic musical thriller, existed. It is the concept recording for the Jekyll and Hyde musical, and I kin that very specific version of Jekyll, in large part because he is someone who is devoted to his work. There is a recurring motif throughout the musical, about Jekyll. He has his work and nothing more. And that is how I yearn to live. I want to be wholly and solely dedicated to my art. I want to make time for my friends and my punk scene and my politics, but I want to be wholly dedicated to have the majority of my life consumed by my art. Everything in my life is constantly yearning to make something. Part of it is the desire for legacy, part of it is the desire to touch people the way that a lot of artists touched me. Part of it is just because I'm ambitious as shit, you know? Hello, Bib Babylon. Hopefully you're working on a healthier thing than what Jekyll was. I'm working on video essays and whatnot, so I hope so. I hope writing leftist video essays is a little bit better than trying to, like, drive the evil out of my personhood or some shit. That sounds really cool to feel like that. I'm a very driven person. I am nothing if not horribly ambitious. I am nothing if not horribly ambitious, and I hope that never changes. I love holding ambition. I'll admit I cannot imagine being the kind of person who goes about my day, you know, going to work, getting home, making dinner, and watching TV. And I recognize there are people who are fulfilled by that. Absolutely. There are people for whom that is enough. But that is not enough for me. That is true in the original book. Yes, that is not true in a lot of the retellings of the story, and I think it is okay to acknowledge that yes, it does not line up with the original source material, but that many retellings of the story and adaptations of the story tell it differently, you know? When we're engaging with a story like this that has so many adaptations and we're in the story has drifted so far from the source material, it's very important that we keep in mind what version of the story we're talking about. Like, the version of Dr. Henry Jekyll I Kid is very specifically the one from the musical, you know? Just don't have the capacity to do anything more, and that's an intentional effort by capitalism. I'm gonna be so real. Capitalism intentionally seeks to exhaust you and isolate you to a point where you cannot dream or fight. That is an intentional effort of the systems under which we survive. It is a problem. It sucks. And I totally understand that a lot of people are just exhausted by the day-to-day. I totally understand why so many people don't have the capacity to dream big or create after working their 9 to 5 and getting home in the evenings. That for a lot of people, the only thing they can do is to work their 40 hours a week, get home, eat dinner, and game, or watch TV, or whatever it may be. I can't be content with that. I look at a lot of people around me and I watch them. There's someone I know actually who works oftentimes over 60 hours a week. And I have to wonder sometimes what she does it all for. Because how do you spend 60 hours of your week creating value for someone else, working for like $17 an hour? How do you even have the time to enjoy the money? Like, sure, you do it for the money. Do you even have the time at the end of the day to enjoy or make meaningful use of the money you earn? These are some of the earliest little thoughts I think that a lot of people have when they start confronting the late-stage capitalist hellscape we currently live in, and I hope it pushes more people towards leftist solutions. Every story must be exactly like every story. The answer for that is that we don't enjoy anything, we just don't have the ability to do anything else. Yeah. I I don't think that I necessarily even have more drive than other people. I'm just willing to sacrifice a lot more, you know? I don't think it's even a matter of I have more drive than others do, and thereby I put my every free hour into creating. I think it's straight up just that I'm willing to sacrifice more. I'm able to do this because I intentionally work less and thereby make less money and have less stability elsewhere. But for me, I am willing to sacrifice a lot of the comforts of life and a lot of my ability to hang out with friends and a lot of my self-care time for the sake of creation because it's that level of important to me. Saw a video the other day that says Mr. Beast is what Karl Marx is warning about. Interesting take, because like Mr. Beast is definitely exemplary of modern capitalism, of late stage capitalism. This idea that there are rich people and the okay. Philanthropists have always existed. Mr. Beast is a particularly dangerous form of philanthropy, you know? Someone who gamifies the notion of wealth, and who endangers the lives of oftentimes desperate, struggling people, for the sake of not just, you know, money, but for attention. He is... Yeah, like Mr. Beast, when I cannot watch his content because he feels like a satire of late-stage capitalism. This is the natural endpoint of, like, philanthropism, or philanthropy, you know? Specifically the commodification of charity to pursue, instead, economic value in order to engage in bigger forms of charity and bigger forms of wealth. There's a really interesting point I've encountered in a lot of, like, leftist literature that I do agree with that goes along the lines of, like, mutual aid and charity are great and whatnot, but they are more often than not band-aids on larger wounds. And we cannot allow we cannot allow our efforts at charity and mutual aid to blind us to these social ills. Like, you know, things like food banks exist, and it is absolutely incredible that things like food banks exist. Please support your local food banks, and please go to your local food banks if you need resources. But the fact that we live in a world where food banks have to exist is a problem, and we should not allow ourselves to become blind to that, you know? I think it's an adjacent idea. Ultimately, yes, Mr. Beast is the natural endpoint of rich philanthropy. This idea that the world can be fixed by a handful of rich, wealthy benefactors. And he has gone to the point of gamifying and contentifying philanthropy. The video was essentially saying that Mr. Beast charity is functionally just a machine to make money. Oh, absolutely, it is, yeah. Use the money to make the machine even bigger. Yeah. When I say philanthropy, that's what I'm pointing towards. Philanthropy being, you know, when rich people, for their own benefit and image, give money to the poor. You know, Mr. Beast makes me physically sick. I agree. Fuck him. Didn't he take Squid Games and make it real without the death, which is a very interesting choice? Yeah, especially because Squid Games was a you know, piece about capitalism and desperation. Oh. Gonna be listening to this stream in the background while I eat spaghetti. Enjoy your spaghetti. Bite by bite. I hate that the only reason I know what philanthropy is because of Steven Universe. How are those connected? Always remember, it's in Mr. Beast's best interest to keep the status quo so that he has people to turn into content. I hate this idea that the world's problems can or should be solved by a handful of wealthy billionaire philanthropists. And Mr. Beast has gamified and contentified that, you know, entire process. We cannot allow ourselves to fall for this notion that rich people have our best interests and help at heart and genuinely want to benefit us, as well as that the ills of the world can be solved with charity alone. No, we need substantial real change. I'm an anarcho-communist, and I will fight towards that end with everything I've got. Rich people are dicks? Real. Something about Steven being a tiger-themed wrestler that wears a suit and gives out money for his moves? Wrestled a philanthropic tiger character or something. Okay. Yeah, I'll admit, never finished Steven Universe. Never finished it. Hello, Bird Scout. How are you doing today? Bye bye bye. Reminder that it doesn't have to be this way, you know? Reminder that the world does not have to look like this. And that we can fix it. We have a lot of deconstructing to do, but I think it's a worthwhile effort. You're actually inspiring us to go out and be extremely vocal. Hell yeah, I'm constantly encouraging people to get out and to protest and get involved in local activism and whatnot, because we're not going to change the world otherwise, but we absolutely have the power to do so. I do not think that we are at a point, like as leftists, where revolution is in our near future, but we need to get to the point. We need more people in the streets. We need more people to organize. We need more people who are willing to stand up for what they believe. That's one of the things I try to encourage in everything I do, because we're not going to create change by sticking our head in the sand. And it's okay if you don't have the capacity. There's a really excellent line from a band I adore, X-Dirty Fingers. I talked about them a bit earlier. How's the line go? One sec. I've been on a patch. It's okay if you can only keep your head down and survive, but if and when you can, please fight back. And I think that says it as well as anything can. It's okay if you can only keep your head down and survive, but when and if you can, please fight back. And while I believe there's a lot more that is required in activist efforts than just being loud on the internet, this is a part of my fight. Tomodachi Life mentioned in stream. Chat, I am so excited for Tomodachi Life Living the Dream to come out, by the way. I'm so hyped. Butter. Daily reminder that half of the Mexican state of I'm gonna bastardize this, I'm so sorry. Chiapas is part of the Zapatista territories and the Zapatista Army of National Liberation. I'll admit, I do not know as much as I should about international politics. I want to be better informed. And a big flaw of my activism and my coverage and my knowledge is that it is extremely American-centric. I apologize, this is not a situation that I know much about, though I am open to learning. Ultimately, I am for the liberation of all. No one is free until everyone is free. I'm going to be so honest. I don't know as much as I should. You would love to read about the Zapatistas. It sounds familiar. I'm sure I've encountered the name before. Probably, like, I did for a few months study a fair bit of, like, South American history, particularly as is related to, like, the US's attacks on socialism in South America, but I absolutely have a lot of holes in my knowledge. Made my third Islander a fuck-ass carrot with the most annoying voice you can think of. His name is Carrot Juice. He's my favorite, real and valid. Next to us in North America. Fair point, fair point. Apologies. I'm just saying that the name sounds vaguely familiar, and I might have encountered it at some point during my time studying, like, that particular, like, series of events. You know? Do you prefer podcasts? I do prefer audio media just because I can do it while, like, multitasking. I can listen to podcasts and whatnot while I draw and whatnot. Margaret Killjoy's podcast has some great episodes on them. Please throw them in the activism channel if you don't mind. UK depends on how much more Starmer fucks up before we kick him out. The fact that Andrew's arrest is the first royal arrest in 400 years, unless royal arrest was beheaded. I think there was a anarchist group in Turkey that of course got destroyed by the government. I mean, I think a good point of hope to look at though is there have been a number of cases in the last couple of years of successful revolutionary efforts primarily headed by like younger generations in a handful of countries. And sure, none of them have been quite as big as the US, but I think it gives me hope that change is possible. Essentially, libertarian socialism plus anarchism plus Catholic liberation plus theology plus Marxism. That fucks. On a surface level, that fucks pretty hard. Like, on a surface level, I'm down with most of that. I am an anarcho-communist who stands for the freedom of most. I think most of that sounds chill. Didn't Nepal overthrow their OB? I believe so. Yes, their gov, yeah. I believe so. Is one of the examples I point to about the fact that, like, there is hope for us to create meaningful change. It will take time and we need to organize more, but we absolutely have that power. Cool Zone Media in general is a good pod group. They there's an episode of It Can Happen Here that I need to watch. It was actually pointed out to me and sent to me by a local punk musician. They recently apparently released a video talking about the ways in which there's a lot of like alarmist trans news coverage these days. And while yes, trans genocide is real, there is so much violence occurring against trans people, there's also this like disproportionate, exaggerated coverage of many of these issues that I think is an intentional effort to try and make trans people more scared for their lives and more unwilling to like live them as themselves. And generally speaking, your everyday person, even your transphobes, aren't really down with what the government is doing. You know? Can I literally just find the way that they talked about it? I have that episode saved for my workout later this week. Yeah, it's, I think, a really interesting topic. I haven't had a chance to watch the episode, but this was the description that was given to me by that musician. They... How do I say? I think it's a really interesting and necessary thing to say. Something that I'm a little bit scared to touch on too much myself, but a lot of coverage on trans issues these days is very heavily alarmist. And trans genocide is absolutely a real thing that is happening. There are intentions by lawmakers to try and strip away the rights of trans people, but I think the news coverage is complicit in this, even the coverage that is for trans rights, because a lot of it is very heavily exaggerated or alarmist or spreads further misinformation about what is actually happening in ways that scare trans people back into the closet. There have been many times, both in my own Discord server and in friends' Discord servers, where I have had to correct egregious misunderstandings about what anti-trans legislation actually does. And it concerns me how many folks repeat, alarmist headlines without knowing what they actually mean and understanding their real ramifications. I think it is part of an intentional effort to scare trans people back in the closet, and to further isolate us, Hello, Kova! Barber by Bite! What color shoelaces should I be using to show I'm LGBT and an anarchist? Okay, so lace code is not in use anymore. Lace code is not in use anymore, but traditionally in lace code, you would be using, purple ladder-laced shoelaces to indicate that you are LGBT. Specifically purple ladder-laced. If anyone ever mentions furries in school, just tune them out. It's a bullshit argument. Also true. I will say, even if lace code is not in usage, do not use red shoelaces. I'm going to, despite the fact that, lace code is not in use anymore, if you are not very familiar with your, local punk scene, I would still recommend against wearing red and white shoelaces, at least until you integrate with the scene and, verify whether or not lace code is at all in use. Lace coat has been abandoned in the majority of the world, but there are a handful of places, cities, and scenes where it might still be relevant. Generally speaking, the colors you want to avoid are going to be red and white. Red, in most places, historically has indicated Nazism. White has historically indicated white supremacist ideology. So don't wear those shoelace colors, specifically on combat boots while ladder laced. If you're wearing them on non-combat boots, you're fine. Don't worry about it. This is specifically regarding combat boots that are ladder laced. But just like get integrated. I would honestly stick with like black, yellow, or if you are LGBT, purple shoelaces until you have integrated enough in your scene to know what is in use, you know? If someone's intentionally using red and white laces, chances are they want to be seen as a neo-Nazi. Yeah. You still got to be very careful around it, because while lace code is not actively in effect anymore, that is historically what is indicated. I know there are some other countries outside of the US where lace code is like still used to some extent. Why is lace code not in effect anymore? Because it's just not done anymore. So lace code is something that originated in the skinhead scene, because skinheads for a long time had a massive Nazi problem. It's something you can still see remnants of in like the skinhead and metalhead scenes, but has largely fallen away. But generally over time, people drifted away from using their shoelaces to indicate their political ideologies and more towards just, you know, using the patches on their jacket and whatnot. Especially as we further push like Nazis and white supremacists out of our scene. You know, mainstream culture still sees skinhead as synonymous with Nazi. This is true. It's not really the case anymore. The majority of skinheads I've interacted with are chill people. But there is still absolutely that stigma. Hello, careful Cassie. Never realized that my enjoyment of red, white, black, and gold looks bad. So this is specifically in regards to ladder-laced shoelaces. Not anything else. This is specifically in regards to if you are in the alt scene, ladder-laced shoelaces. Yeah. The majority of skinheads I've interacted with have been sharps, which means skinheads against racial prejudice. At least in my local scene, we've done a very good job of driving the Nazis out of our spaces, so they're not going to show their faces at our shows and whatnot. They know they're not welcome. So I wouldn't, in this day and age, assume that a skinhead is automatically a Nazi. They know better than to wander into our spaces. That said, I'm always prepared to fucking kick a Nazi's ass if I have to. I think it's honestly a little bit sad that there are still those, like, little Nazi corners of, like, the metalhead scene and whatnot. Fuck them. But I'm glad to say that the majority of people I've met in those communities have been very chill. So blue historically indicated that you had killed a cop. Red, white, black is Imperial German colors. Yeah, be careful. Be careful with the aesthetic in that case. Not a fan of Nazis here, not a fan of Nazis here. Hello, mighty lordess of shores. Bark, bark, bye, bye. Bought cat food and Yoshi deodorant? Congratulations. Only jacket is primarily black and blue accenting, was pretty unfortunate. What does Yoshi smell like? Is such a question. I'm gonna be so honest. I just do black shoelaces, which I straight lace. I straight lace or bar lace. Either of those words could work for it. My shoes. One moment. I personally just really enjoy how straight-laced boots work, or look rather. I've thought about switching out to yellow laces on one of my pairs of boots, but they're currently both black. Can I find a good photo of straight-laced boots? Yeah, okay. These are straight-laced. These ones over here are straight-laced. You can see the laces go straight across, like that. It's a great jacket. Also was made back in like 2014. Hell yeah. But yeah, just be careful with your lace colors until you get to know your local scene. I would still recommend against wearing red or white shoelaces if you don't know your local scene very well. But lace code is not really in effect anymore. Hello! How are you doing, Shelf? Welcome on in. Bye. Remember, y'all know that lace code is heavily region specific, so sometimes even if lace code is still in use, the scene's colors can mean something different. Yes, especially in other countries. That's why I say you're probably best off sticking to black, yellow, or if you're queer, purple laces until you get to know your scene. Because it could mean different things in different areas. I stick to black laces because they are, like, neutral. I have not seen anyone doing lace code in my area. I think I would be chill to do whatever I want with my laces, but you know. Is lace code in use in the UK still? No clue. I'm not from the UK. I know there's like, there's some scene in France that still does lace code, but you know. The other reminder to learn how to stitch so you can mend your own clothes instead of being consumerism. Real. I love sewing. I love mending my own clothes. I also really love collecting like vintage shit. I own a lot of vintage leather that I do my best to clean and care for. Thank you for the hydrate, Cat and Bows. Bark by bite. Learning how to edit, sew, and modify your clothing is not only really useful for defeating consumerism, but also makes you hotter. Do you want to know how I know? You want to know how I know that that learning how to sew and like altering and mending your own clothes makes you objectively hotter? You want to know how I know this? Hee. I'm so cool. You wanna know what else what makes you hotter? Central heating. Chat, being able to alter and modify your clothes as well as fix them when they break, like, is such a useful skill for your self-confidence, for your style, for whatnot, especially if you are alternative in any way. You're so hot, I know. I'm aware. How are you doing though, Cat and Bows? It's lovely to see you. Bark, bye. Not your dog, but still barks on command? Fuck you. It's for the funny. I could take it away at any moment. I ain't looking respectfully. Listen, I don't blame you. I know I'm hot. You also make your own clothes that suit you literally perfectly. Also true. I have been sewing for most of my life. I adore it. I honestly really want to do, at some point during Pride Month, a stream where I sew my own chest binder, because I have the equipment for that. Anyway, moving on. Moving on from how hot I am. Moving on from how hot I am. I did this intentionally. Because I'm a problem. Doing better than yesterday, leaving the house and buying groceries is the positive. Hey, we do what we're capable of when we can. I'm proud of you. You're doing amazing. Keep on loving, keep on fighting, and hold on. I feel that for different reasons. I'm doing the best I have in a while because I stayed up until 9 a.m. Working on content creation stuff. Slept for 2 hours and now I'm here, you know? I am at my happiest when I'm pushing myself to my physical limits for my art. Will I regret this in a few days? Probably. I've heard of chest binders, such corsets and things to be dangerous to one's health. Is that true? So when worn properly, no. I don't want to deviate from you, but you have no idea how much I've been looking for the tiles of your wall for months. What do you mean? What do you mean by that, Kibu? What tiles are you looking for? Hello, Lycan! Bark, bark, bite, bite. Though that's not my home, by the way. I took that photo out in public. But... Also, you're totally fine, Kibu. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Where was I? I had a thought. Right, chest binders. So it is possible for long-term improper wear of a chest binder or corset to cause damage. I will admit, I have bruised my ribs on multiple occasions, from binding for too long. What about those exact ones? Oh, got it. I hope you're able to find them in that case. These are, this was a public building. If you are like wearing a binder for over 8 hours at a time or tying a corset too tightly and wearing it constantly, yes, they can cause damage. That said, if you are wearing them healthily within, you know, healthy time limits and not doing so constantly, they are perfectly safe. You know, binders can cause bruised or damaged ribs if you constantly wear them too often, if you do not follow the instructions. But as long as you are careful and listen to your body, it's okay. They're coming into your house and slowly replacing all the tiles in your home. Hey, Kibu, do you wanna come to that building with me and steal those tiles? I'll help. It's medical gear, follow instructions, and same with the corset, you know? The reason why a lot of corsets historically were dangerous is because oftentimes women were wearing them as tightly as physically possible, to an extent that was painful every day for extended periods of time. And yeah, if you're going to be pushing your body past its limits constantly, it's going to cause damage. But say if you were to wear a corset and just, you know, tie it to a point where it's not painful and to take breaks if it ever becomes uncomfortable, you'll be fine. Please, on my way right now, hell yeah. Thought some of that was also a myth, most people were doing that. It was, I believe, specifically also a thing for like rich elites as well. It wasn't like a thing that everyday peasants were doing either. My point just being that like, if you are engaging with something within healthy limits, the most important thing when you're engaging with any activity that has risks is just listening to your body. If you're doing something that comes with health risks and it starts to hurt or feel noticeably uncomfortable, you should probably take a break. And so long as you do that, you'll usually be okay. Wait, so 2 to 4 hours of sleep every day is not good? I average like 5 hours of sleep a night. Lolamau. Need to sleep soon? Kinda sad I probably won't be there when A comes to the pub. I'm so sorry. We'll probably hop into the game in like an hour. Oh yes, you should generally not wear most binders while swimming unless they specifically are made with that in mind. I do know that I have a couple binders that are swim safe. The majority of chest binders, unless they specifically advertise themselves as safe for, you know, use while swimming, are not going to be safe for swimming. Proper corsets are probably better than bras most of the time, but I can't, I'm not an expert on any of this. Yeah, I'm also not an expert on any of this. I am the bitch who wears my binder too long and accidentally falls asleep in it on the regular and ends up bruising my ribs, hee hee. Daybreak something we telling you to fuck off. Yeah, and 90% of the time, if this is something people think stereotypically involves pain, people are wrong. If you're not doing it right. If you're not doing it right, it's gonna be painful. Yeah. There's a lot of things where, like, it's only painful if you're doing it incorrectly, you know? Need to get my best friend a binder. She's not trans, she just really hates having a bigger chest. I mean, do it. They're very useful. Sports bras can also be useful for that. I'm just here for the titties exchange look. I want all of the trans best friends to donate their titties to me. I'm actually in the process of trying to start the process for top surgery. I am looking into surgeons and potential options to get top surgery, hopefully within the next year. I am hoping for the best. I'm really scared, but I am hoping that within a year, I am going to have top surgery, and that's gonna be really cool. Working on making it happen. I need to do it before I don't have insurance anymore. You know? I'm 24 right now. I need to do this before I'm 26. Like, I just need to get this done before I'm 26. I'm currently 24. If you do when you post a picture, you'll probably see vague recovery photos and whatnot, but nothing too much. I don't know. I probably will want to show off a little bit. It's going to be a lot easier to start preparing for in May, since I will be in a much more comfortable living situation. He doesn't need surgery to become a top. This is true. He had surgery to deal with my top, not to become... I did not phrase that well. When does 26 matter? That's when insurance runs out. DMing you top surgery info. I appreciate it, thank you. I do know there happens to be a surgeon who does top surgery in my city that I will probably go for as long as it takes my insurance. You know. What about FOP surgery? Is that surgery that turns me into a fox? Hooker T goes, well, thank you. I don't have a date or anything yet. I'm just trying to figure out how to initiate those plans. Ad will be hitting any second now. I do apologize. Twitch just forced me to run ads. Y'all know the drill. Y'all know the drill. I need to get this shit done before I'm 26. That's wild, Banana Tiger. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna make it happen because I'm cool. I'm so cool and hot. The thing is, I do honestly really like the aesthetic and feel of chest binders. I just wish that I didn't have to wear them to, like, feel comfortable in my skin, you know? There's a good chance, honestly, that post-top surgery me will still occasionally wear binders just for the vibe, you know? It's very likely, because I enjoy the feeling of the compression, and I like the undershirt kind of look that it has. Like, I honestly might continue occasionally wearing a binder for fashion purposes afterwards, but we'll see. Do you know any good places to learn how to sew? I would honestly just go on YouTube. Just go on YouTube. Chat, you can find video tutorials for literally anything on YouTube. I still have a photo from the first time I ever wore, like, a cropped shirt. I've done that. Apologies, responding to a DM real quick. Can totally imagine a cis gym bro wearing a binder because he chest too big. I just really like the aesthetic and vibe of them, you know? One of the most common binder brands for transmats is GC2B, which is originally designed for cis men with gynemastemia. Yeah, I have heard bad things about GC2B more recently, I will say. I have heard that GC2B's quality unfortunately has gone down a fair bit, but that's kind of inevitable as something expands in scope and size. Unfortunately, my favorite binder brand is shutting down, which sucks. We got an ad for gun storage? Chat, they're on to me. Playing the Crew 2 right now. Beating land speed record gives you less money and experience than taking a picture of a cow. Wild. But yeah, I've heard, unfortunately, that GC2B has gone down in quality. Could be wrong. Open to learning more. Only time will tell, but... I've used a hand-me-down binder from GC2B. My favorite binder brand is Spectrum. What was my favorite one? Let me check. Can I find this? Yeah, my favorite was Shapeshifters, and apparently Shapeshifters is like shutting down or something, which is really unfortunate. Shapeshifters was a really cool brand that specialized in binders with very unique patterns and prints on them that were a lot more expressive if you are someone who, you know, is in the non-binary sphere or who wants to, like, okay. I'm gonna show off this one photo from their website. They are still open, but I heard that like the original people who are running it are leaving, and I know when I got my order, it took twice as long as they told me it would. It's been a big situation. But like, I love the ability to wear a binder as an actual piece of clothing and have it look cool and be aesthetic. I want to be proud of myself and whatnot. They specialized in binders that, you know, were a bit more out there and had personality in ways that I really, really enjoy, and I think it's sad that they're not going to be all that viable in options soon. I didn't know they had hooded binders. I'm not familiar with those. But in any case, they were very cool, and I think it's unfortunate that they're not going to be as... I don't know. Apparently there's something going on. I don't know the details. My first new binders from them, real and valid. Why is everything so expensive? Because these are handmade. These are handmade, high-quality medical devices, you know? They shouldn't have to be expensive, but also artists deserve to be paid for their time, you know? Ultimately, we should all be paid a living wage for our work, including artisans and crafters, you know? You can wear binders as outerwear? I mean, you can essentially wear them the same way you'd wear like a crop top. Arrgh. The problem isn't how much they cost, the problem is capitalism. Yeah, like, these companies are selling them at the prices that they need to in order to make a profit at the, you know, time that they put into it. Ultimately, though, we all deserve to be paid more for our labor. Hello, Down Nusk. How are you doing tonight? Welcome on in, Barbara Bye Bye. We're just yapping, causing some problems. We're gonna be playing some vintage stories soon. I am a loud punk bastard here on the internet. Hope you're doing quite well tonight. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. Hee hee. But yeah, ultimately, like, artists and crafters charge what they charge because it is what they have determined is worth the time and effort they put into a thing. I know it sucks how expensive everything is, but ultimately, no one is getting paid their worth. And that includes artists and creatives. But if you're buying like a handmade, specialized, you know, piece of equipment or clothing or art, it's gonna cost money in a capitalist society. Did so many things today. I'm so glad it's Pop's time now. I'm glad to be your rest and relief at the end of the day. Fucking the fact that in so much of the US the minimum wage is still under $10 is not okay. Are neoprene swim binders a thing? My wetsuit is pretty binding and it's obviously swim safe. There are binders that are made that are safe for swimming. I know I have one. I don't know the particulars about the materials and what makes them safe. I just trust the companies when they tell me that specific ones are safe for swimming. The biggest thing, if I recall correctly, is that you don't want to try to put on a binder while it is wet, or take it off while it's wet. Minimum wage here is quite high, still like barely livable. I'm gonna give a bit of a hot take here. Raising minimum wage alone is not a means of solving the issues with capitalism. We are not going to get we're not going to get people into a situation where they're able to live their lives simply by, you know, raising the minimum wage to a point where it's livable, because companies are going to see, oh, people have more money, and thereby make the choice that they can extort more money out of those consumers. You know, the landlords and the people who run these goddamn companies are going to, hello, Fuzzy Muzzy, hi, I'm a loud trans bastard on the internet, how goes it? Pronouns are he, him, or they, them. Welcome on in. But ultimately, like, if you just raise the minimum wage without, you know, putting any other controls in place, you end up in a situation where landlords increase the cost of rent and companies increase the price of their products because suddenly people have more money to spend. And they realize you ultimately end up in a situation where everyone is still in the same desperate situation, barely surviving month to month, because the companies are just going to raise the prices of everything to the same point, where it becomes a similar portion of people's income and ability to live. We live in a society, yes we do, which is part of why I am wholly anti-capitalist. You can't reconstruct capitalism in a way that, you know, suddenly works. You can't just, you know, increase minimum wage until people are able to live, because companies will just increase the cost of things. You need to put a lot of controls in place in order to make capitalism a functional system, and at that point, it's not even capitalism, and maybe we should start looking for a complete alternative anyway, you know? We can't just... Capitalism cannot function without 500,000 guardrails put in place, and at that point, we might as well try something different. Want to go mass, but I'm kind of scared because binders are expensive, plus I have larger chests. I'm scared of judgment. There's nothing to be scared of, I promise. I've been living loudly as trans for nearly a decade now. It is scary and expensive. There are options to get like binders secondhand. There are a lot of services online where you can get one cheaply or even for free if you are in need. Especially if you don't have much income. You can look into those services and options. There are ways, I promise. Keep on living. You should do a Hear Me Out stream. I have done one before, and I'm meaning to do one again sometime soon. I need to find a good date to do it. Someone who runs an empire is interested to listen to. Bark Bark Bite Bite. Oh yeah, the Hear Me Out document. Yeah, we need to work on that. we need to work on the next Hear Me Out stream. I need to figure out when I'm doing that. I feel like that has to be a drinking stream. I need to find a week where I've got like a Friday night free, and just do a drinking stream. A good date to do a baby of service? Gay. Points at you, gay. Homosexual. The germs go away when you wash it. That's what soap does. That's what soap, the soap does that. But in any case, there are a lot of places, a lot of services online where you can get a free new binder if you are someone who is in need. They oftentimes have wait lists, but those options do exist as well. One sec, I want to catch up. Subway still pays $7.50? I believe this. That's terrifying. Heavy on the landlords. Around military bases, the average rent per month is heavily influenced by housing allowance of that area, all to steal the normal person's money. No, absolutely. Like, the price of rent and of goods and services is going to, like, the part of the reason why things are more expensive in areas where there is a higher wage is because those things raise hand in hand, and they're constantly trying to outcompete each other. As the minimum wage increases, the price of necessities increases because companies know they can raise it. It's this constant cat and mouse leapfrog action trying to make sure that people are constantly surviving on the bare minimum, you know? They want people to be living paycheck to paycheck. Intentional effort of capitalism. What game is this from? Give me a second. I think this is Legend of Zelda. Yeah, this is Dragonverse Island from Wind Waker. Mild germaphobe and autistic. No, that's understandable, but that's why I say that there are services where you can get a new one for cheap or free. It just usually requires a wait list. Like, that's understandable. I get it. I'm schizoaffective and I have a handful of delusions around, like, food safety and whatnot, so I understand having, like, personal rules around these kinds of things. There are options, though. That's my point. One moment, I have to blow my nose. I'm still recovering a tiny bit from illness. Chat, you know when you get sick and you get over the illness, but you still have mild, like, respiratory systems, like a mild cough and mild, congestion for, like, 2 weeks afterwards? Like, you don't even feel sick anymore. Your body just decides that you're gonna retain those tiny bits of symptoms for, like, the rest of the month. I hate it. Give me a moment. Okay, I can breathe now. See, the big issue is, I speak in a way where I need to be able to get airflow. Okay. I don't know how to explain this, but I used to speak with a very nasal tone, and then I taught myself how to get rid of the nasal in my voice. But it requires me to speak in a very specific way where I direct the air around my nose in a very specific fashion, and when my sinuses get congested, it causes my speech to cut off every now and then, because if the air can't escape through my nose, suddenly I cannot speak. I voice trained for a while before starting testosterone. Voices are weird, chat. Neptune! No! Joe's gone! Headed to bed, you take care, Crocodile. All the best. Bark by bite. So as I can learn how to train myself not to lisp anymore, unfortunately it requires me to do super squeaky voice like Hatsune Miku. It was worth it? Yeah. Eventually I'm gonna look at, like, Joe's little moderator log and see 10 million timeouts. You need to figure out how to time people out without deleting their messages. You can't. It automatically deletes messages. You can't. Because it's supposed to be used for cases wherein users do something wrong. One thing to keep in mind too is that testosterone is a little bit of an immune suppressant that probably doesn't help with the disease. Wait, is that actually true? Give me a second, I need to look into this. To be fair, I am also recovering from, like, a really severe vitamin D deficiency. So that's been cool. Don't mind me Googling at the moment. Testosterone may impair the immune response. Huh. Suppressing certain inflammatory responses and in some cases dampening antibody production, often shifting the profile toward that of... Okay, fascinating. I hate this. Chat, before starting HRT, I was already getting sick like 6 times a year. I'm scared. Fear. Have you ever seen how men are like totally crippled while having a mild cold? It's partially just testosterone apparently. See, I've also always been crippled while having a minor cold. Now I'm scared. Huh.
Oh shit.
Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Bar for my bite. You're man maxing? Apparently. I'm dude maxing. Chat, HRT also gave me a iron deficiency, but like that's fine. I can just take a fucking supplement for that. You know? People make a really big deal about the like medical impacts of HRT, without understanding that HRT by and large just makes your chances of developing certain diseases and disorders closer to that of like the sex you are transitioning towards, and also reduces your risk for a lot of the conditions associated with your assigned sex at birth, you know? Like, sure, yeah, going on HRT is going to increase my risk of, like, certain disorders and certain medical issues, but it's also going to decrease my risk for a lot of medical issues, and it's only raising them as far as, like, a cis man tends to experience them, and gonna be honest, I'm already ill as fuck, it's worth it. That's what a metal fish in your soup is for? Chat, I need to get a metal fish for my soup. Chat, I need to get a metal fish for my soup. You're pretty sick, dude. Haha, I know, I'm so sick. Constant stress will almost certainly do substantially worse nearby than the HRT. You know what's probably more unhealthy for me than the HRT? Points at my vape. To give me male pattern baldness. That's one thing that I'm trying to avoid. I'm keeping myself intentionally on a very low dose of HRT in the hopes of not developing male pattern baldness. So while my HRT levels are within healthy ranges, they're on the very lower end of healthy ranges. And I'm gonna be honest, this might sound weird even to some other trans people in the chat. I don't plan on being on HRT for forever. I don't plan on being on HRT forever. I might change my mind at some point, but the way I think about HRT, it is something that I am very comfortable and okay with the notion of being something I take at my own pace. I, as things stand, plan to probably at some point decide to go off testosterone. And I may afterwards decide at some point to go back on it, and I am perfectly content with that being the case, with it being this thing that I opt in and out of as I move my body towards where I want it to be. I am non-binary, so ultimately my choice around this is gonna be a lot more complicated and nuanced than it might be for a binary trans person's, and ultimately gender is not fucking real. It's a very unique individual experience that we all navigate at our own pace. For me, when I hit a point where I'm happy with my voice, I might choose to go off HRT for a while. And maybe I'll go off HRT for 3 months and decide that I want to go back on it. Or maybe I will decide to stay off it for a couple years and eventually come back. Or maybe I'll decide that I'm done with it. And I am perfectly content with that. Honestly, my ideal long term is that I want to, eventually get a hysterectomy and then go off HRT when I am content with where I'm at, which I recognize does increase my risk of like certain bone diseases and whatnot that I would have to keep monitored and whatnot for the rest of my life, but I think I'm okay with that, you know? He just isn't going anywhere, you can just do it later. Yeah, for me, I'm very comfortable with the idea that my transition is a thing that I'm allowed to take at my own pace. You simply must consume calcium. You can just eat more bones, that's you don't get bone disease. Exactly, exactly. Not me, I speedran my transition. Real invalid. So glad I got on girl juice before that happened. It was starting when I was like 20 to 22. Real invalid. Like I say, like male pattern baldness is one thing I'm not interested in. I'm also not interested in having super thick facial hair. And some of those are problems that are easier to deal with than others. I am very content to take this journey at my own pace. If I do go off HRT, I'm probably going to talk about it on stream, but not on YouTube for a while. Because it's a thing that I'm going to take slowly at my own pace. I think though about like, okay. There's this musician I follow, who goes by the name June Henry as a stage name, and has talked a lot about how she has gone on and off HRT in various directions over time. She's talked about how, like, she started HRT when she was, like, 14, and then at 17 decided that she wanted to stop. And has, over time, been on various mixes of testosterone and estradiol to get towards what makes her content. And I think that is an incredibly valid and real way to live your life. She's also very loud about how, like, the detransitioners are fucking stupid. I think it's fascinating how gender can be and should be allowed to be this incredibly nuanced, complicated experience. You know. Hello, Royal Rosio! Bark, bark, bite, bite. Gender's a competition and I must win. Chat, the other day I had a small child ask me if I'm a boy or a girl, and I think that means I'm winning. But yeah, like, I'll be honest, I'm probably staying on a low dose of testosterone for the foreseeable future, and there's a very high chance I'll eventually go off of it, and maybe I'll come back to it. Who knows? I am very content to take this journey as I please. I'm very content to take this journey slowly. Gender is a hell of a fuck, but I am exploring it on my own terms. That's a large reason for why I made I Don't Regret Girlhood. I wanted to deal with all of this weird, complicated gendered baggage so I could approach my transition and my gender on my own terms. For myself. Without concern of what others think of me. And I'll admit, being a content creator, it is really hard sometimes to, like, approach anything with solely the interest of myself in mind. I get very deeply scared of the judgment and opinions of others at times. I will not pretend otherwise. But ultimately, I want this to be for myself. Inflicts gender upon you. I was told by a child was saying, "Hey, fatty, you could lose a few pounds so you can pick up girls," and it was kind of... it was kind of winning. I'm assuming he thought it was a cishet dude, to cishet normativity shit. Hey, if that's winning, dude, then hell fucking yeah. Congratulations. There's a lot of different ways and realms to pass in, you know? I like winning. See, I feel bad about the kid who asked me if I was a boy or a girl, because I went silent for 3 seconds and responded with good question. Because I didn't know what to say. Because their parents were, like, right there. And I didn't want to get harassed in the street. It was very funny. No is also a very good answer. Gender is a complex Hilbert space, and I'm rotating you by pi to find a pi 2. Were they satisfied with that answer? No. And ultimately, the mom of the child actually did end up like coming to the conversation, and being like, "Oh, I'm so sorry. She's being genuine." And I end up explaining that like, "Oh, I'm like masculine, non-binary." And she was super chill about that, and like was content to explain that in very vague, simple terms to her kid. Um, which was a very sweet interaction ultimately, but I was very caught off guard. Like when the parent stepped in and was like, "Oh, she's genuinely being curious, I promise," etc. Like I was like, "Okay, this is probably a safe space." Um, I normally just respond, "What do you think I am?" And then the kids argue, and it's funny. That is very funny. Someone's like, "It's not a big deal." Yeah. Like, okay. This might be a bit of a hot take. But this is also related to the thing I was talking about earlier with the podcast episode regarding like this entire news this entire trend within the news of, how do I say, taking ongoing trans genocide and misreporting it, or how do I say, reporting it poorly in ways that leave a lot of trans people even more afraid to live, which I am of the mind is an intentional effort to keep trans people in the closet by making them too fucking scared. But regardless, adjacent to this, more people are a lot more chill and accepting of trans people than I think even most trans folk realize. Like, as a trans person existing even in the South, sure, you're gonna get stares. You might get the occasional rude comment. But by and large, the majority of people don't have it out for you. There are obviously exceptions. There are times of violence, and there are the horrid transphobes in the world. But the majority of people aren't that. The majority of people are not for this ongoing genocide. And while they may not be passionate defenders of trans rights, they don't hate you. Transphobia is a real thing in the world, but the majority of people you meet are either going to not care, or just be a little confused and leave you alone in it. There are a lot of wonderful people out there. Yeah, there are a lot of wonderful people out there, and as much as the media and the government wants to convince you as a trans person that the majority of the world is against your very existence, it's not true. I live in Florida. I have gotten harassed for being trans, I think, about 4 times in the last year. I've had far more friendly, helpful interactions than that. Sure, I get weird stares, and I occasionally get people, like, calling me slurs as they pass me on the street. But by and large, I have far more kind interactions than I have poor ones as a trans person. Even here in the South. My professors were so accommodating to me when I finally figured out what my name for 5 years. Hey, that's fucking valid, and I'm glad that they were accommodating. Oklahoma resident, it sucks, but it makes the good interaction so much more meaningful. Yeah. I genuinely, like, I mean this, very, very, like, firmly. I have had far more kind, genuine reactions of people who have, noticed me as a trans person in public than I have had negative ones. And there will always be those assholes, but the world is a good place, and the majority of the people in this country are not for this horrid legislation being passed. You'll be okay. It makes me really sad when I see trans people who are so scared to be themselves because they worry about the harassment and the state of the world, the actions of the government. And I promise you, it is worth it to live your life. Wouldn't it be funny if I rated with 2 viewers and like contributed nothing? Hey, you'd be contributing by giving me dopamine. You'd be giving me serotonin. I don't care how many viewers you have, I appreciate raids and support. How do I even raid? Good question. / raid. It's important to remember that the vocal minority on the internet are a minority. Most people at first don't care. Exactly, exactly. I think that says it better than I can. As a southerner, the South is such a specific cultural vibe. So I am, I know a lot of people do not consider Florida to be Southern. But I consider the way I was raised very Southern. I consider myself to have been raised very Southern. Whether or not you consider the Florida to be South, the way I was raised was very heavily embedded with like Southern culture and all that. Yeah, the South is a very specific vibe. Even within the South, the majority of the people, at the very worst, don't give a shit, you know? Oh my god, shit. Chat! A raid! Oh my god! Thank you so much, host, for the raid! Welcome on in, raiders! I'm Archivist! I'm a loud punk bastard on the internet! Whoa! Thank you, host, for the support. It's so lovely to see you. Everyone on my end of things, make sure you give host some love. Longtime friend of the channel. I've made music with hosts before. Bark, bark, bye, bye. I think it depends on what part of Florida, whether the vibe is more southern or northeastern urban. Yeah, it also depends on how many snowbirds live in the area. Why would Florida not be southern? So, Florida isn't really deep south. Shit. Hello, Spooky Sapphics! Double raid, ayo, ayo, ayo. Moz, make sure we get a shout out as soon as we can. It's so lovely to see you guys. Hi, folks. I'm Archivist. I'm your loud punk bastard on the internet. I talk about queer and leftist issues. I play retro games. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. My pronouns are he, him, or they, them. How goes it? Bark, bark, bite, bite. Hello, Avid Aloe Drinker as well. Lovely to see everyone. How's everyone doing? More drawing, good progress. Hell yeah. Chat, I feel a need to draw an attention to the specific doodle that Spooky Sapphics did. That I adore and has been living in my head rent-free. That being this. I think dunking my head in a river and catching a fish with my bare teeth would fix me. It's so good. Thank you so much for this. This was a treat to find in my notifications. Thank you. Please keep the snowbirds. I hate when they return and they can't drive. I don't want the snowbirds either. I don't want the snowbirds either. Glad you like it. Little notes seem to make people happy. They're really cute and they're very much appreciated. Thank you. We'll make sure we give Spooky Sapphics a shout out as soon as we can. It's a little bit hard sometimes with how many moving parts. There we go. Thank you so much, moderators. I love you. You know what that means. Fish. I love seeing my mods get all competitive. It's very cute.
Oh shit.
Thank you for the Curse of Scuff. And thank you, Corbin Keeper, for the follow as well. I appreciate it. I'm scuffed now. I'm scuffed now. Chat. It's not loading. Our song is on! You take care, host. Purple my bite. I did see like it. I did see. I have a very normal sense of humor. I have an extremely, extremely normal sense of humor. Name of a song, by the way, it's called You Know What That Means Fish. You take care, host. All the best, all the best. You, me, gas station. What are we having for dinner tonight? Sushi, of course. Uh-oh, there was a roofie inside our gas station sushi. We black out and wake up in a sewer. We're surrounded by fish. Horny fish. You know what that means. Fish orgy. The stench draws in a bear. What are we gonna do? We're gonna fight it. Bare-handed? No, bear fight? Bare-handed? Bare naked? Oh, yes, please. World's most normal VTuber. Is this sex too? We befriend the bear after beating in a brawl and ride into a Chuck E. Cheese. Dance, dance, revolution. Revolution? Overthrow the government? I think so. God, how does the rest of it go? Hello, Buster Kibben. Lovely to see you. How does the rest of it fucking go? Crap, I always forget the rest of it. Can I find it? You, me, gas station. I need the whole script. I need the whole script. You, me, gas station. What are we getting for dinner? Sushi, of course. Uh-oh, there was a roofie inside our gas station sushi. We black out and wake up in a sewer. We're surrounded by fish. Horny fish. You know what that means. Fish orgy. The stench draws in a bear. What are we gonna do? We're gonna fight it. Bear fight? Bare-handed? Bare naked? Oh, yes, please. We befriend the bear after we beat it in a brawl. Then we ride it into a Chuck E. Cheese. Dance, dance, revolution. Revolution? Overthrow the government? I think so. Next thing you know, I'm reincarnated as Jesus Christ. Then I turn into a jet, fly into the sun, black out again, wake up, do a bump, white out, which I didn't know you could do. Then I smoked a joint, greened out. Then I turned into the sun. Uh-oh, looks like the meth is kicking in. Thank you, Lakin. We've not played the game yet. This sounds like pure 2005. This was from 2020. I'm pretty sure this is from 2020. Joins and the first thing I hear is, you know what that means, fish orgy? You're welcome. You're welcome. It's my favorite copy pasta, okay? I'm valid. What are you reading, and why does it sound like another one of my ADHD fuel tangents? It's called You, Me, Gas Station. It's a very, very good copy pasta that I love. Can you say that in a Sonic voice? Can I do a Sonic voice? How do I do a Sonic voice? Is this a Sonic voice? This is becoming part of my vocabulary now. Thanks, you're welcome. You know what that means, fish is a genuine stim of mine. I spend a lot of my day around fish. I can't explain what I mean by that. Thank you for the stretch. Big stretch. It isn't, but it's cute that you tried. I used to do a lot of impressions and I don't anymore. Sounds more like Tails. He's cool too. I don't know how to do a Sonic impression. I used to be really good at impressions. I can't anymore. I did like the video you posted of memes the other day, Pyro. That genuinely is what being high feels like. Give me a second. Let me pull this up. Because this, I lost my shit at this. This is just genuinely what being high feels like.
Oh God, why did I get so high? What if this is the wrong house? What if this is the wrong order? Why do I always do this? Okay, just hand them the food and walk away. Here you go, man. Enjoy it.
Thanks, man.
Hey, are you about to operate that vehicle under the influence of marijuana?
Oh, God, he's gonna know I'm high. Stay calm. He can't tell. Being a cop sucks.
Wow. It looks like we all learned a lesson. You see, kids, you know, it's just like, be careful.
And we're all not so different.
It's all about the
Don't smoke crack.
Oh,
It's so
God, why did
good.
I get so...
I think that's like that is genuinely what it feels like to be high, and I think it's one of my like new favorite videos. I'm not gonna lie, I love it very much. It's very good. Don't smoke crack. We're not all so different, but fuck cops, fuck cops, fuck cops. Oh, absolutely. ACAB. Chat, fuck ICE, fuck the police. Free Palestine, trans fucking rights. But it's a very funny video. Viewing chat's videos where their stems come from, gonna have to do that if I ever become a content creator, that would be a funny one. I've been high once, it feels like world's a little more distant, feel 10 pounds lighter and whatnot. See, when I'm high, my like sense of the size of things shifts. You know? I don't know, I'm a weirdo. Not like that, Joe. Calm the fuck down. But my perception of like the size and shape of things shifts a little bit. In general, perceiving things becomes a bit harder. But that's just how it goes sometimes. Love their videos. My other favorite of theirs is Our City, Our Time. I've seen a few of their shorts and they're very good. I do appreciate just like dumb internet humor in the modern day and age. People who are making like genuine good comedy content these days. There's not enough of that. There's so much like AI slop on the internet, and like I'm so sick of coming across like, you know, oh, Reddit post compilations that are being read by like text-to-speech bots or AI or whatnot. I hate it so much. It's so dumb. I'm glad to see like actual original comedy content continuing to exist in this world. Road work ahead. I sure hope it does. I get a little silly and sleepy. Chat, the perfect productivity combo is Vyvanse and a little bit of weed. I'm being so incredibly real. The perfect combo for productivity is Vyvanse and just a tiny little bit of weed. Just a little bit of weed as a treat. It works, I promise. Who else gay? Me. Getting to the particular high where time slows down, like in that one actually good Judgment movie is a fun time. Oh yeah. I find my time perception also gets like really slow when I'm high. I end up amazed at like how slow time is passing. It feels, it's really cool. Hello Vivi, how are you doing today? Lovely to see you. Bark bark bite bite. How are ya? We're gonna be playing on the Vintage Story server soon. Send you a device I will put you in. Should I be scared? Why would you do this to me? Chat, I think Vivi hates me. I think Vivi wants to see me suffer. I think Vivi wants to see me suffer. I'm just some fucking test dog to fucking Vivi, apparently. Vivi wants to see everyone suffer. She is a mad scientist. This is true. I want to be very clear. I'm prefacing this with this is a joke. Vivi is the evil trans woman they keep warning you about. What the hell is this and why am I kinda down? This looks horrible to me. Chat, can I admit to something? I'm a cold showerer. I take cold showers. I am someone who takes cold showers. I think it's because I'm Floridian. Shout out to Vivi. We love Vivi. Vivi's a wonderful friend of the channel. If you like trans content creators, you'll probably fuck with her. And I am... How do I say? I occasionally talk about science shit here because I do have a little bit of a background in neuroscience. If you like when I talk about science, you like it even better out of Vivi because she actually knows what she's talking about. Is that Florida heat? Probably, yeah. I take hot showers that must become lopter. I do live in Swamp Hell. Quick, everyone point at her. Chat, point at her. Points at her. Cold showers are cathartic. If you finish it, hot showers are what actually have been showered. That's fair. I like cold water. It gets so hot here all the time. He needs to take cold showers, else his sex drive would kill us all. Chat, I would destroy every twink in a 10-mile radius if I didn't take cold showers. I would destroy every twink in a 10-mile radius. Only 10 miles? Mostly because I don't have much time. On an anatomic level, right? Whatever you want to believe. How do I get within 10 miles of you? Triangulate where in Florida I live. Cold showers so it keeps the twinks safe from AE. I am a threat to twink kind. Why are the cold showers so important? I don't know. Ask chat. I don't really get the joke. I'm just leaning into it for the funny. But no, how are you, Vivi? How you been lately? I hope that you are doing absolutely wonderful. I appreciate you. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Do I have my ticket for the show tomorrow? Give me a second. I need to check this. I do have my show ticket for the show tomorrow. Thank God. Thank you, past me. Looking to static because of events today. I'm not at liberty to lead to publicly disclose yet. Well, damn. Not even in DMs. /J. Whatever has happened, I am proud of you, and I hope it pans out well, and you deserve your wins. I send all my love. I'm gonna be so real, I don't know what I'm going to do the day I am forced to sign an NDA, because I am horrible at keeping my mouth shut. I can keep secrets. I cannot keep my own secrets. I can keep other people's secrets, no problem. I cannot keep my own secrets. Oh shit, nice! I've been considering actually getting involved in that too, but I've been having I need to sit down and have a conversation with other people involved. I have been really busy and I need to just hit some people up in DMs. I have my reservations, not because it's an idea I love. It's literally just a matter of, would this be backwards progress for me, you know? That's the concern I hold. Yeah. I actually talked about this with my mods, and I feel like my mods might immediately know what this is about. But I wish you all the best, genuinely. I send all my best. It's absolutely an incredible idea. It's just a matter of my own stability, you know? Yeah, Lycan immediately knows what this is about. Am I supposed to? No, you're chill. Congratulations, though, genuinely, congratulations. Lycan knows all. Lycan is my most active moderator. Hi, AE, the hottest FOP streamer. I know, I'm hot. But hell fucking yeah, congratulations, genuinely. I am sending you all the best. I really need to poke the other people involved in this. Lycan is a knower. This is true. This is true. God, chat, last weekend I was hitting a point where, like, for the first time in my life, I was feeling really energized and capable of, like, reaching out to and talking to people, and then last weekend happened, and I have faltered in that effort, and I'm starting to get it back, but Jesus Christ, there were a few days where I was just so busy and exhausted constantly, that I need to get back on top of my shit. I will get back on top of my shit, but it just takes a bit of time. I keep secrets real good because I forgore them. This is true. I appreciate my moderators. They're wonderful people. Your model doesn't do justice to how hot you are. I'm actually not allowed to tell how good I am at keeping secrets. Neptune, I've trusted you with a lot of bullshit. Maybe, you know what, before I forget, maybe I should reach out. One moment. One moment, I'm typing up a DM. Alright, I've sent that DM that I've been needing to send for a week. Yay! I have been needing to send that DM for over a week now, and it's been sent. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. That said, we are going to be having ads in about 5 minutes, at which point we will be jumping on into Vintage Story on the community server, which will be chill and fun, and I am looking forward to. Mod spawning deploying bites. Sometimes my brain cells need to rub together a little bit. Hi Jordan, how are you? Bye. Oh my god, do we have 4 moderators in chat right now? Wait, do we have 4 whole moderators in chat? We never have 4 whole moderators in chat. This is unheard of on the Archivist channel. Oh my god. For once, the stars have aligned. I think we're only missing 1 moderator. Someone get Luna in here. Someone get Luna in here so we can have 5 out of 5 mods present. I cannot remember the last time we had 5 out of 5 mods present. Three and a half moderators, that's how it goes. Chat is thoroughly moderated. Rare multi-moderator sighting in the Twitch chat. That's simply how it goes sometimes. Quick, bots, assemble! Rotary phone just popped into existence, ringing. Good luck. Hello, Violet, how are you? Bark, bite. I saw you DM'd the other day and then I forgot to respond. How are you? Also, thank you so much for the follow. Bark, bite. Welcome on in, Ace. Working on music but lurking very hard. I appreciate it. Hope the music's going well. How dare you? I know, I'm the worst at responding to DMs. I'm so bad and terrible. Wait, I did respond to your DM, didn't I? One sec. Did I respond to your DM? Wait, okay, never mind. Yeah, I responded and then you responded and I forgot to respond to you responding. Thumbs up. The answer is I'm interested, I just don't own the game, so I would ideally hope it goes on sale in the meantime, but it's not too expensive. I'd be down to figure it out. Why are mods called when you could have called them librarians? I don't know. I don't know. Listen, archivist is my title and all of that. I live in an abandoned library, etc., etc. I don't know. It feels too weird and official. It feels weird and official. I'm just a little guy. Oops, I fucked your haircut. We're gonna have to shave it all off. And they give the curse of scuff. But no, it's so lovely to see you, Violet. You gotta let me know if you make it into the state sometime soon. I know you were potentially thinking on it. Do let me know. Ah! I'm normal. They made me normal. We'll be in May twice. Alright, hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. I would love to try and plan something. God fucking damn it! I would love to try and plan something at some point. It'd be lovely to see you again. Ads will be hitting in a minute. I do apologize, folks. Twitch just forced me to run ads. I will be using the opportunity to stand up and refill my water bottle because my water bottle is empty. But after that, we will be moving on into Vintage Story. You have no idea how much I lurk, and I appreciate the hell of it. And I'm sorry I don't say hi on your end more often. I've been so busy lately. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Bark, bark, bite, bite. I bite. Oh, keep making AE scuff. Violet has power. Violet has power here. Thank you for the he is so normal, Twilight Walker. Lovely to see you. Alright, alright. Fucking, I'm gonna go ahead and go refill my water so that I can start, in a moment, moving us into the video game. Y'all enjoy your scuff war, I guess. This is an introduction and a half. Listen, I'm a loud punk bastard on the internet who tries really hard to have, like, informed discussions on politics and queer issues, on punk culture. My chat are a bunch of freaks. I love them. Be right back. You know what that means. Fish! Alright, alright. Let me work on getting things... Alright. Let me get everything with the game going. I need to turn this off. I need to open up Vintage Story. And we're gonna be basically from the top redoing all our shit. Hello, Grey Rook. Lovely to see you. Bye. You, me, gas station. What are we having for dinner tonight? Sushi, of course. Uh-oh. There was a roofie inside our gas station sushi. We black out and wake up in a sewer. We're surrounded by fish. Horny fish. You know what that means. Fish orgy. It's really hard to do this while typing words at the same time. It's winter, by the way. Delicious. I will not suffer at all. Oh, wish me luck. Alright. Let me get the game capture going as well. I want to restart the server to restart. Oh, true. Chat, I am so sorry to everyone on the server. You have a couple minutes to get yourself into a nice position where you are not going to be impacted by me restarting the server, because I do need to restart it to make sure the corpse mod is actually working now. You have a few minutes. Why is it not... Hello? Huh? Why are you not working? One moment, chat. Oh, there it goes. A little bit of technical difficulty, but we figured it out. Let me turn the volume down a little bit as well, because game music is a little bit loud. I'm giving y'all a couple seconds. So did we or did we not try to install Stone Quarry? We have a different quarry mod. It's not Stone Quarry, it's a different one, but it is a Stone Quarry mod. Basically just the same thing. What if AE was a manatee? Fan art time, question mark? Hello, Grum, lovely to see you. Purple Bite. Hey, AE, from the bottom of my heart, what the fuck? You, me, gas station. What are we having for dinner tonight? Sushi, of course. Uh-oh. Alright, I'm restarting. Hopefully this makes the corpse mod work properly. You know what that means! I can do almost all of it from memory. I just cannot do it while I'm multitasking. I have to be like purely just yapping in order to do it. But hi, Grum, it's so wonderful to see you. Bye. And also, it is a pleasure to meet you, Ace. Welcome on in. It is lovely to see you as well. Hope everyone's doing absolutely incredible. Apologies for the bit of scuff as I am moving us over to the video game. I'm doing my best. I am always doing my best. Alright. Looks like we should be good to join the server. Mods already pinned the message. Beautiful. Thank you, moderators. Love you. It was just gone from my brain and you brought it out of whatever hole my green matter had buried it in. You know what that means. Fish. Suffer. Suffer at my hand. Suffer at my fucking hand. I dare you. Alright, hopefully we properly install the player corpse mod this time. I really hope so. I think I did. If I didn't, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Hydrate further will do. Can I ask what the corpse mod does? It places a corpse down whenever a player dies so that their items won't despawn. Which happened to me the other day. I died and all my items despawn, which means I need to basically from scratch figure out what to do. It looks like someone has replaced all of my weapons, which I do appreciate. Thank you whoever went through the effort of making me a new set of tools. That does mean a lot. Thank you genuinely for that, because Jesus Christ, not having tools sucks. So I do have a full set of tools set up, but I need to figure out, like, armor and whatnot, I think. Oh, never mind, I keep my armor. Though it is... how do I say? Oh, the durability on my armor is, like, none. So maybe I should get new armor soon. Alright, that's gonna be a thing to worry about. How do I do that? Black bear hide helmet, how would I make that? Okay. Interesting. So next time I get a hold of a black bear pelt, I'll just have to fuck with that. Which I want to keep this one as a rug, so I'll have to figure that out later. Cool. Alright. I need to definitely figure out backpacks. Because the hunter's backpack, which has 6 storage slots. There's the leather backpack, which is 12. Sturdy leather backpack, which is 20. Bronze reinforced, 14. Iron reinforced, 16. How do you make sturdy leather? Okay, little more advanced than what I can do right now. I might just make a bunch of leather backpacks, which I should be able to 4 of those, so it's gonna be 8 leather each. That's gonna take me a bit, but I got a lot of leather processing. We'll figure it out. Okay. I do have some pelts here that still need to be processed. Alright. I'm gonna need more pelts soon, but that's fine. We can worry about that later. Okay. We've got this. We have some sturdy leather, but I'm short on chromite right now. Oh, no worries, no worries. We'll figure it out. Also, sorry that I was still big. So I need to make more strong tannin, I think. So what I'm gonna do is just take this strong tannin for now, and start a new batch of strong tannin, I think. I think that's the move. Did I do that right? No. Alright, so we're gonna start a new batch of strong tannin real quick. Delicious oak bark soup? Exactly, exactly. Thank you, Foxboy Twink post-obliteration starter pack. Thank you, I appreciate it. Oh, Jesus Christ, I forgot that we were in winter. Huh. Okay. Didn't think about this. Been trying to figure out which quarry mod we have and how it works. I don't know, I just know that I did install one. If it's not working properly, don't ask me. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just a little guy. I'm so cold. Hang in there. You can survive. It's okay. We're all freezing to death. Just a little bit. I do want to set up a mailbox as well when I get a chance, because I think that'd be cute. This is incredibly inconvenient. But yeah, we are currently on the Vintage Story server. For folks who don't know Vintage Story, Vintage Story is like a hardcore survival crafter game. A lot of people compare it to Minecraft. I don't think that's an accurate comparison. I think that Minecraft and Vintage Story are, but besides the fact that like Minecraft is currently a boycott target due to it being owned by Microsoft, I think they're incredibly different games which seek to do different things, and that is okay. But I, personally, am quite fond of Vintage Story. I think it's a very fascinating game that I enjoy a great deal. And do heavily recommend that anyone who is interested, who finds the vibes cool, take the time to check out. I want to also fill up these so I can have like more room to process my leather. Basically, the only similarity is the art style. Yes, they are both like voxel based, and they are technically both survival games, but whereas Minecraft is, you know, more of a cozy, chill experience about being able to accomplish whatever you set your mind to, Vintage Story is a game about suffering. They're complaining, Hunter, no worries. Enjoy your fox hunting. As if I didn't go out of my way to get a fucking fox coat when I used to play Red Dead Online all the time. Thank you for the hydrate, avid aloe drinker. When you might want to take down the first story chapter, a month or so? Honestly, I'm not sure. I need to think about that relatively soon, and I'll probably put up an announcement about it when I'm ready for it. I don't know. Eventually, I want us to take on all of the story content as a group. So I imagine I'll make a big deal out of it. But probably not the next couple weeks. At the earliest, like midway through, how do I say? Midway through the next month. Hello, Astro Calico. Lovely to see you. Bark, bark, bite, bite. How are my my animals doing, by the way? I probably need to feed y'all more. Yeah, creature weight low. I should get y'all more food soon. That'd be so fun, considering the variety of players we got. Could have several tanks and a couple archers. See, I really want to put plot in place. Hopefully doing alright. I'm doing pretty alright. I'm doing pretty good. Animals can starve to death besides me, by the way. This need food to reproduce. Got it. Been feeding the animals when I can. I appreciate it. I want them to reproduce so that I can eventually cull them and start having, like, infinitely reproducible leather, you know? I want to, of course, decorate my floors and whatnot with pelts and all of that, too, but, you know. I'm a blackguard. Believe some melee tank build for me. I'm trying to put together lore, because I'm a big lore enjoyer. I like it when things have lore. But no, I'm doing very, very well, Astro Calico. It's been a busy couple of weeks, but I've been enjoying... I'm always busy, what am I saying? No, I'm making lore for the server. There's like lore for the entire civilizations that we're occupying in this, you know? There's lore for the different towns. Hehe. Because you can't stop me. Honestly, my main form of entertainment on the server has been following AE around and marveling at how freaking tall he is. How much is the Vintage Story? Good question. Someone in chat will know better than me. It was bought for me. This game was gifted to me by the wonderful Stella Cosmister. Shout out to Stella Cosmister, I love her. AE discovers RP. I need you to understand that I have, like, always been especially a text RPer. And I also have spent a good deal of my time playing like Dungeons and Dragons and similar games. To roleplay is in my nature. I've always been a great fan of storytelling and roleplay and similar means of expression. They're actually quite important to me. And elements that I want to bring more heavily into the spotlight of my content. Oh, damn. It froze over again. Alright, we got this. I'm gonna take mine and a kinda shitty hunter discovers running an origin mellows the fuck out. Yeah, and that's valid. I feel like for the purpose of a series like this, we want to have backstories that are a little more grounded and simple. I am putting together something special for my guy, but that's because I'm the main character, actually. How's that one song go? I'm the main character and you have to like me. Thank you, Willwood. I am the main listen, fucking, for so much of last year, life just made me the main character and I had to be okay with it. Last year, in a period of months, I got doxxed and harassed extremely extensively, got investigated by the FBI, partner pushed on Twitch, went viral on multiple social media accounts. Life made me the main character for a bit there. Life just decided for a bit there that I was going to be the main character. I didn't have a choice. Yes, I got investigated by the motherfucking FBI. Not for anything I did, I do want to clarify. I have definitely broken a few laws. They did not investigate me due to anything I had done. It was actually, I was framed. I had the people who were doxing and harassing me. Oh, hello there, sir. Nope, that's not how you do this. The people who were doxing and harassing me ended up, impersonating me on the internet, with the intention of trying to get me investigated, by essentially, trying to frame me as a potential domestic terror risk. And to be honest, I kinda wish I was still in that period of my life. It was some of the most energized content-wise I have ever been, and it has taken me a while to get back to that level of, like, energy and motivation I had when it felt as though, I had momentum. In no small part because, federal, forces had taken interest in me. If it would make your life easy, you could put a water source in the basement. I could. I could do that. It was wild. Like, genuinely one of the most terrifying, but also coolest things to ever happen to me. I don't regret it, but it definitely was scary. I'll be honest, I've always been, like, a politically oriented creator. That's never not been the case, but those events pushed me to become a lot more loudly, political than I already had been. Getting investigated by the FBI, having my life endangered in those ways, pushed me to talk a lot more openly about politics than I ever had. And I've never been someone who is, you know, closed off about my politics. I've always been, you know, open about the fact that I'm an anarchist, but I very much took my channel from being a gaming channel where I occasionally discuss political topics to being an outright politics channel in response to getting FBI investigated. It proves to me that even being quiet would never keep me safe. That even keeping my head down and trying to stay out of trouble would not do anything to protect me from the government, from transphobes, from folks who want to tear me down. That I might as well, if I'm going to endanger myself no matter what by doing this, be as loud as possible. And it turns out people really like it when I talk about politics. It turns out people really enjoy hearing what I have to say. It turns out that I'm kinda good at this. So you know what? I might as well lean into it. It's kind of funny they couldn't get your name right when they were trying to hate raid you. It is really funny. Currently developing my character's lore. Do you want me to share it with you at some point? Oh, please, absolutely. Like, ultimately, it's a pretty light RP situation that I'm going with for this. I don't want to force people into... Oh, no. I'm about to get my ass kicked repeatedly, because monsters spawn in my house sometimes. We're gonna be chilling out of my basement for a bit, folks. Dear God. Maybe I can bunker up with someone else? I don't think anyone in Lake Town is currently online. Shit. I don't think anyone in Lake Town is currently around. Just run to Spawn Valley and chill in the tavern. Would I be able to get there in time before the storm starts? I don't know if I would. I don't think so. I don't think I'd be able to get there in time. About a day until it hits? Okay, in that case I might make the journey. Let me just eat some stuff before I do. There we go, okay. Am I equipped for this? Not really, but it's fine. Is this the one that I put in here? Yeah, okay, we steal that. We'll put you in here. No? Why can I not do anything with you? Whatever. We'll put you back in here for now. Alright. I suppose I'm gonna go give the new tavern situation a look, and I'll bring all my leather with me while I'm at it, just so I can have something to do. Alright. Time to make a dangerous trek, chat. But yeah, very much like getting investigated by the FBI is what pushed me to be a much more loudly political creator. I've always been, you know, unafraid to talk politics and always been open about the fact that I am an anarchist and whatnot, but very much that investigation is what pushed me to be even louder on these issues, because if I'm not going to be able to save myself no matter what I do, I might as well stick to my guns and my values. Are there mounts you can tame? Probably? I don't know. Okay. Where the hell is this tavern? Oh, things are starting to get fucked. Oh no. Well, I suppose we simply bunker down. Hi. Doing our best out here. All we can do. Alright. Ooh. Don't mind if I do steal some wine. How do I acquire wine? There we go. Nothing like surviving the apocalypse while drunk off your ass, you know? How do I sit down? Whatever. Sup? You take care, no eyes for you, all the best, bye bye. I suppose while I drunkenly wade through this storm, as comfortably as we possibly can, I might as well catch up with chat a little bit. Time to write A on the next presidential primary. Don't make me fucking president, I will cry. Curtails the forces, but they could have been mod. Could have been. I have a singular succulent mushroom. I do have some dried blueberries if we end up starving. It's an option. Nothing about the situation is exactly ideal, but we'll give it our best shot. That's all we can do. I have exactly enough leather to make 3 backpacks, and that is my entire supply. I'm gonna have to get back on the grind producing leather soon. I can bunker down with me, the joke of course being that I am homeless. Don't you literally sleep in my house? Find a big lore book on the server, do you want me to let you read it? I would love to read it. Perhaps, perhaps. So... suppose we just wait now. You know? Nothing else to do. You know, this is only my second one of these. Got any campfire stories? Ugh. Kinda hard to tell campfire stories, and most of them seem to come true. Are the doors creature resistant? Good question. It is only my my second time trying to weather something of this sort. We can only do our best, though. Was it? You know what? Feel free if you would like to share with us a piece about who you are and how you came to be here. I wouldn't mind.
Oh shit.
Thank you, Undead Artemis, for the follow. Barper Bite Bite. Alright then, story time. I'll read the chatter so y'all can hear it as best possible. Nothing else to do during a storm like this, you know? Book. We'll read this later. Oh, food. That's quite kind of you. Good night, Mix Maxie. By the way, I did get your recent letters, and I appreciate you. I need to email you soon. Wait, you too, Yui. I am waiting very patiently. Though I might acquire more alcohol. Listen, chat, there's no problem that a little bit of alcohol can't fix. I love that your everything is a little bit fucked up in these moments. Lady Danger! It is Bingle's time. We're waiting on a story here from Forlornus. We're waiting on a story here. And then I might have something myself to narrate here as well. My name is Forlornus. I'm a scholar from the distant north. From the I'm just reading what Forlornus is saying right now. Apologies, folks. My name is Forlornus, and I am a scholar from the distant north. I'm the last surviving member of my scholarly order, which pledged to gather knowledge for all benefit of all peoples. Well, that is a lovely cause. What happened to these scholars that you were once part of? What brings you here, of all places? Make me want to log on, do it. I dare you. Just I'll jump over my little fence and wander around. I love deer. They're such good animals. They're actual peak. It's quite cold in here. Why am I carrying slush? I don't think I need this. So nothing like some alcohol to keep you warm in times like this. It's Bingle's time. Unfortunately, the north was consumed by the rot. All people in the Order or not became horde monsters. I had to flee for my life, bringing the little knowledge I could with me. I'm currently trying to rebuild a semblance of the former glory of my Order's library. I see. That is a cause I will admit that does speak to me quite a bit. I'm trying to piece together a lot of what's happened in this world myself. It's only very recent I found other people here. Trying to get up by the fire. That's all I have at the moment. I think that's a quite lovely cause, and perhaps you'll find some allies in it. I would love to see that cause come to life. I did notice I was about to start freezing. I suppose I could read this little book that we've been handed. I think that might be a worthwhile use of our moment. Can the storm start, please? You know what? Yeah, I kind of want to wait for the storm to start before I read this, actually. I'll explore... Oh, it is imminent. Never mind. Let's sit by the fire, then. I'll give it a moment for things to start getting wacky. Listen, it's not my fault I'm so tall. I'm waiting for the everything to get wacky. Where's the temporal storm? Where's the storm part of the temporal storm at? There we go. Well, I suppose. Oh, that's yeah. This was a bad idea. Scribe's notes. 1318. Master Jonas Flax, please come forth. The lords and ladies rose when he entered the room. Even the kings gave him a small gesture of welcome. He walked to the center of the court, his attendant behind him bearing a great collection of drafts. My lords, as I'm sure you're now aware, we face a nightmarish threat. This disease, or plague as it has been called, is not overly complex, nor is it beyond our vision. It is, quite simply, desolation made manifest. Here, his attendants begin laying out a number of medical diagrams on the floor. Master Flax issued from one parchment to the next, gesturing as he went. He had brought the body in its entirety. It begins externally with numbness and darkened skin. Proceeding further into the ligaments, the victim may lose control of entire limbs. Eventually, the flesh sloughs off in small heaps. By this time, the victim has likely entered a cataclectic state. This may as well be a blessing for them. The rot will have overtaken their eyes and ears now, depriving them of their senses. Arriving at the last parchment, he paused and gazed upon it. Many of the gathered assembly also leaned forward to see the image more clearly. From the scribe's desk, it appeared only to be a drooping mass of charcoal smearings. This is all that remains of the poor souls. In its final stages, the rot consumes the mind and body whole, leaving nothing left of distinction. Here, His Majesty, the King of Underland, interjected. Is there truly no method of treating this malady? What preventions are available to us? No preventions, Your Grace, save total isolation from the populace. Even such a drastic method as that will only last until the food supply is infected. As for treatments, I have found none. Perhaps some of my betters from the Academy have made progress, but judging by their silence, I think not. He paused again here and cleared his throat. It is a certain death. However, I stand here now to offer you a better fate. Enjoy your lurksing, Ellie. And here we have just a little bit of insight into what history underlies this place. Yes, this is official game lore. I'm aware. I vaguely know the lore of like the game. I've done a bit of digging and reading into it in preparation to write my own shit. Slowly but surely. But I figured I might as well introduce chat to it. I would like to uncover many of the mysteries here, especially as I'm still not sure how the hell I even got here. I thought the temporal storm atmosphere would be a perfect opportunity as well. By the way, can anyone verify whether the player corpses are working? Is the mod doing what it's supposed to do now? Cool. I don't know why it's broken. Unless I have the wrong version. I'll have to mess around with that later then. this shit. Alcohol's empty. Fine then. If anyone would like a drink. What the hell else are we supposed to do in moments like this? I'm doing my best. Drink up. To whatever awaits us. Unvintage is your story. Listen, what is there to do in an emergency like this but to fucking drink yourself halfway to death? Am I so wrong in saying it? What is there to do in a moment like this? Do we have permission to drink his wine? Yeah, he's chill with it. Don't die of alcohol poisoning? Don't threaten me with a good time. Hi there. You're very small. You're really tiny. You're very, very small. The IP for the server is pinned. It's the pinned message at the top of chat. Why so tall? I'm just born like this. Is it a crime to be born tall? Is there a problem? I'm simply large. Is that unusual? Do Gulbas have a high alcohol tolerance? Oh, not particularly. Not particularly, I don't believe. Fucking cheers. Gonna be stuck witnessing an apocalypse. Might as well have a good time with it. If I do say so myself. Yes, it is. It is the same IP. You're naturally like this? I thought you were 3 foxes in a trench coat. No, no. I'm just one very tall creature. I am just one extremely tall creature. Oh, I need that. Whoopsie. God, how long is this storm going to last? Do you need a taller person to become tall? That's not how height works. I don't think that's how height works. I don't think this is trustworthy right now. Oh. Well. That was over quick. I suppose it's back to business as usual. You take care, BB Babylon. Thanks for coming on in and hanging out. Lovely to see you. Huh. I suppose we can go about our regular business now. Why did I walk into Vor talk? Was I talking about Vor? Was I talking about Vor? Alright, Neptune and I need to make it back to Lake Town. I thank those of Spawn Valley for taking the time to house us. Yeah, apparently some people do genuinely know me as a VorTuber. Like, apparently I have a reputation for talking about Vor now. There are people who actively remember me as the Vor guy, and I don't know what to do with that. Yes, Neptune? What is it? Oh, they want their book back. My bad, my bad. Apologies. Would I be able to get a copy of this, though? Myself. Apologies, apologies. If I brought the materials at some point, would you be willing to allow me to transcribe a copy of this? Oh, the Vor King. Alright, I will hopefully return shortly, soon, in any case, with said resources. Thank you. I don't think I even talk about Vor that often. Apparently I'm just known for it now. I don't think I even talk about Vor that often. It just comes up occasionally. In normal conversation. I'm not that weird. So Deadass, I don't think I've been in a single stream where Vor was not mentioned. I don't know why I'm like this. Maybe the 0 days without Vor being mentioned counter should be a thing. If one of my mods can like code that to work with Mix It Up Bot and just have it be like a thing where people can exclamation point Vor to check how many like days since Vor has been mentioned and like reset the counter, that'd be cool. I don't know how to set that up. I have no clue how that works. Vor. Thank you for the curse of scuff, I appreciate it. Sometimes you need a little bit of Vor as a treat, you know? Sometimes you just need a tiny bit of Vor as enrichment. You understand. I need some grass, don't I? Wait, do I not get... This is a knife, right? And I'm not getting... Oh, fuck this. That's annoying. You got here writing books called War and Peace, yeah, and? Don't judge me. Oh, alright. Grass isn't harvest unless you break the snow first. That's so dumb! I hate that. Winter sucks. I need to feed my animals. Alright. So hey, what brings you around here? I stream on twitch.tv. Have you seen the Seraph Spinner? I don't think I have, no. Oh, they're inside my house. That's lovely. I keep forgetting about the hay storage, and I also don't like taking resources from the group. Because I'm weird. And I don't know if I can break that down into stuff that I can feed my animals? I don't know. Alright. Alright, that works. Really would be very like a very EP boy. No worries, Carbonic Draconic. Take care of yourself first and foremost. It's lovely to see you, even for a moment. There's never an obligation to be here in any capacity. I appreciate you stopping by. I do not have a bow, no. My resources are a little bit limited at the moment. How are things doing down here? Still need to wait some time on that. I don't really have any fresh pelts that I can process. I just have a ton of prepared hides. None of this is ideal. Been done with my local pharmacy, running around in a circle with refilling my estrogen, because I didn't have an issue before. I'm sorry you've been dealing with that. I hope that things get easier, genuinely. Alright, I need to figure out what my goals are, because there's a lot of resources that I used to have and don't have anymore. Which is unfortunate and a bit irritating. I'm trying to think what else I lost that I'm going to need. I guess I need to work on fixing my backpack situation. But also I wanted to look into, because there's like the hunter backpack, right? Not the hunter backpack. The there's like a butcher's bag. Yeah, there's the butchering bag. Yeah, which can allow you to, like, store a bunch of animals, which could potentially be useful for me. I don't know, something to think about, something to think about. Yeah, I know that, Lady Nature, I know this. What version is the server on? Most recent version, I believe. Alright. I'm debating if it's worth it to do that or just get better backpacks. Because there's like the bronze reinforced backpack. I would need... Yeah, okay. I would just need a shit ton of bronze. Do you specifically need a... Okay, no. You can use various types of... Oh, you never mind. You need fucking... the fancy... leather for that. Which we are not at the point of yet. Do you? Oh, you don't? Okay. So if I got some plates and whatnot, I could actually reinforce my bags as well. Which I might have the resources for. And I also need to figure out food. Because food's been a little bit messy and something that I've been neglecting for the last while. I have an anvil. Oh, please! I would very heavily appreciate it, Neptune, if you would handle dinner. I'll go harvest our crops real quick. I don't mind. Because I do have some additional crops out here that are ready for harvesting, even if they're not in great condition. Some of them have yield like nothing. Delicious. This is the problem with only being able to play occasionally. Alright. Ad will be hitting soon, folks. I do apologize. Twitch just forced me to run ads. Y'all know the deal. Apologies for the scuff today. I have been a little bit unsure about how to handle the transition into the game, and I am feeling like it was a little bit sloppier than I wanted it to be. But you know what? That is how it goes sometimes. I have my high fertility soil, which I want to place down. So you gonna be stopping my man? Barper bye. Pretty frequently. Would you want me to come back by and cycle your crops? If you wouldn't mind. I'm not able to play as regularly as everyone else is because I do have so many responsibilities on my plate. Listen, I want my streams to be a very controlled, high quality experience, alright? Forgive me for my touch of insecurity every now and then. I think we're just shy on how much soil we need. Yeah, god damn it. We are 3 short of having high fertility soil for the entire field, which is unfortunate. Medium fertility soil isn't bad or anything, it's just not what I would like my farmland to be made out of. Alas, alas, alas. These ads will be hitting in a second now. I do apologize, everybody. Oh wait, do I not have a hoe on me? I don't have a hoe on me, give me a second. Alright, we're figuring it out. This is the perfectionist in the fox's mind. Yeah, and? Is anyone surprised that I'm a perfectionist? I'm a creative. Alright. Alright. Where's my hoe? Flint hoe, beautiful. It'll get the job done. Domestic house twink. Loyal house them, honestly, real and valid. Real and valid. I wouldn't mind having a loyal house them. You know? Sometimes you need a loyal house them. Very important role. Someone's gotta play it. Fuck. Oh, is food made? Thank you. I appreciate the soup. Delicious. We can put whatever remains in one of the crocs. Is there a way to disable shaders? I have no clue, Vox Marinix. No clue at all. Where the fuck is my flint? Why do I just not have flint? Good job, past me. Oh, well, thank you. I literally just need to make another hoe for a moment. Are you perhaps, three foxes in a trench coat? No, I'm a singular fox. Why is everyone convinced that I am multiple people in a trench coat? What have I said to give off that impression? Why is everyone suddenly convinced that I'm multiple foxes? Where's this coming from? I am a singular fox. You give multiple people trench coat vibes? What the fuck does that even mean? Genuinely, what does that mean? You give off chaotic energy? I mean, I am a chaotic bastard, this is true. I don't try to hide that. No one's surprised that I am in fact a chaotic bastard. I absolutely lean into it. Would the boss be interested in a cup of cannabis tea? Oh, absolutely. Yes, please. Do share. I also love Sour Patch Kids. Sour Patch Kids are one of my favorite candies. Peak. All right. Whoops. Can I, like, place you down? Okay, wait, so if I move this and do that, and now, there you go. Eating sour Mike and Ike's instead was their base. I mean, I do enjoy them, but like, I'm such a Sour Patch Kids fan, alright? I'm valid. Big Sour Patch Kids enjoyer. Because your height, you give off too much short vibe to be that tall. I'm 5'10! Chat! I'm 5'10! I don't know how to convince you people that I'm fucking 5'10! I don't know how to convince you people that I'm 5'10. I promise I'm not lying about my height. I am 5'10 in the real. That is just my height. Much taller than me, at least. I'm very tall. Thank you for the hydrate, an awesomely epic guy. How are you doing today? Hope you're having a wonderful evening. Alright. We got this. We've got this. Alright. I do need to do a lot of thinking on how I want to, like, format things when we start moving in more RP-esque directions, because, like, it is going to be difficult balancing that with my own commentary. That is the one big concern I have in that regard. I'm just kind of speaking through that concern aloud right now. Not for any particular reason. But it is a thing that is on my mind a tiny bit. Alright. I'm gonna go ahead and plant crops anyway, even if it's a bad idea, because the game's not really gonna punish me for it. I might as well. There we go. Transweek visibility rate train is past 22K, which is pretty high. That is really cool. I'm so sad I couldn't participate this year. I didn't even find out about it until too late, unfortunately. But hell yeah. Bark, bark, bye, bye. Have you considered going to, like, into the plastic fox mask to be measured on stream so chat will believe you? No. I am 5'10", alright? I'm 5'10". That's all you fuckers need to know. I am truly and really 5'10". I can't force you to believe me. I can simply assert the truth. Alright, what am I doing now? We have things replanted, we're slowly figuring out some food and stability again. I have tools. It's mostly just about getting my leather working back up and running, I suppose. It's mostly just a matter of getting all of this back up and running, which will take some time. I am going to need to grab more oak wood for that, and I feel bad given that we're like almost out of oak wood right now, but it'll be chill. It'll be chill. Now, I hope everyone participating in the Trans Week of Visibility raid train is doing absolutely incredible. I'm sending all the love in the world. I wanted to get a short out for tomorrow, but I'm not sure if I'll have time with all the prep I'm doing for the April Fool's event. We'll see. That said, fucking literally in like an hour, happy Trans Day of Visibility, everyone. Happy Trans Day of Visibility. It is a difficult fight that we are battling, but I'm proud of all of us for continuing to persist and survive. They don't want us to survive and be happy. The act of continuing to exist is an act of resistance that I find very beautiful. Oh yes, Neptune. Hello. Sorry, it's really hard for me to keep up with in-game chat. Yes. Making a batch of bronze. Oh, I know how to do that. I know how to do that. I've done that before. If you come over here, you can find my little smithery. You can see my my bronze anvil. I know the basics. Alright, alright. And the monsters are spawning in my house again. Get out. I don't know how they keep spawning in here. I feel like I have done everything to keep them out, and they just keep getting in. Nope, don't do that. So we're gonna steal that for 24 hours. And we're gonna steal that for 24 hours. And we now have more weak tannin as well, which I think the prepared hides, I'm pretty sure, go in the strong tannin. So unfortunately, I don't have any new hides to deal with, so we're a little bit fucked right now. Wheat tea, hot cocoa cake, and some good music make everything feel like it'll be okay for a while. That sounds honestly very incredible. How do you make hot cocoa cake? How do you do that? Because that sounds actually incredible. But I've been doing pretty good, Sangheli. It has been a busy but relatively chill week. I got to stay up last night until about like 7, 8 a.m. working on things. It might have been 9 a.m. actually. Basically 12 hours straight of just grinding on content projects, which that's how I like to live my life. I am at my happiest when I'm pulling shit like that. When I am pulling absolutely absurd hours in the effort of the things I love. So getting to do that last night was quite nice. We're back on the Vintage Story server after some pretty good yapping, I do believe. And I'm happy to be here. Hey, buddy. I need you to nod. There you go. Okay, something is very intent on trying to harm me, and I'm going to, Nope, okay, this is a problem. At least it was right out front my door. Delicious. Aw, I'm doing my best out here. Apologies that I'm not keeping up with chat as best I could. A little hard sometimes to do so and the game at the same time. And I will admit some of the EB Sneepy is starting to hit me. I'm gonna caffeinate myself. I am planning though to be up very late tonight, again working on content shit. I have so much to do, chat. I have so much to do. Would you like some company while you work? Perhaps. I'll see how I'm feeling. And maybe time to enclose our smithery? Perhaps. I like it being open air, though. I like it being open air. It kind of ruins the entire aesthetic of my house to do that, you know? I promise I'm taking care of myself. I'm just genuinely at my happiest when I'm pulling absurd hours, dedicating myself wholly and fully to my art. Sometime soon, whenever I next do an art stream, I want to take the time to show you all, what's it called? That one, Jekyll and Hyde, a gothic musical thriller, because I think it really displays that kind of attitude I have towards my work. He has his work and nothing more. AU when working on creative projects, the flame that burns brightest burns twice as fast. Exactly. Have tonight off, so I'm doing some self-care? Hell yeah, someone awesome. That's really lovely. Make sure you take care of yourselves. I know I'm a bit of a hypocrite in that regard. You don't have to tell me. But I am just very happy to fucking make shit. I want to see y'all living your best lives and enjoying the lives that you are living, you know? I want to see you all happy. The streamer wants to see the chat content. I promise I won't burn myself out. I'm pretty good at not doing that. Chat, you should thrive. Exactly. Please take care of yourselves. Please thrive. I want to see you thrive. I know you're capable. If I do not have my work, I would not do what I do. It's part of why I would like to be a content creator. Valid. Or if I did not have my work, I would do what you do. Which is understandable. And this is not an easy thing to do, but it's something that I absolutely aspire towards. I sacrifice, admittedly, so much of my life to do this. There is so much of life that I end up unable to live because I am dedicated to this. But I wouldn't change that for the world. I would not change that for the world. I don't think everyone can do what I do. I think it is a far more difficult and demanding task than a lot of people realize, but it is something that I love. It is something that I very deeply love and fight for with everything I have. He has his work and nothing more. Oh, hello there, sir. I need to get a hold of more bear hides. If anyone happens to come across a bear hide, I would very much appreciate it. Particularly a black bear hide. I have my work and nothing more. Bear hide? How will I find it? Turns out that's not that I don't like musicals, but that I was not being recommended the correct ones. I think the Fox are recommending two absolute bops. What was the other musical that I recommended that you enjoy? Because I can try to give... Okay, Epic and Jekyll and Hyde. Okay. I'm trying to figure out what the through line is there. What are some musicals you didn't vibe with? Give me some of the musicals you did not vibe with. Because I wanna try and get the read here. I like you as a content creator, but I'm not about to toss it with the bear for you. Understandable. I was a big musical theater nerd for a hot minute. So I might have more where that came from. I do apologize, chat, if I am a little bit more out of sorts or lower energy. I do think the bit of sleep deprivation is unfortunately impacting my performance more than I want to admit. And I am a little bit eepy sneepy, but I am committed to being here and creating for y'all because I love it. All this to say, thank you everyone for being here and supporting me as for always. Not everyone is going to be my personal favorite, and that is how it goes. Or rather, not every stream is going to be one that I walk away super content with, and that is okay. You're still very charming. Bark, bark, bite, bite. I try to be. I try to be charming as hell, even on the days where I'm definitely a little bit too sleep deprived to like properly keep up. I don't know. I'm feeling a tiny bit insecure, if I can be perfectly honest, just because I see myself struggling to keep up with chat, and to speak as cohesively as I would like, which I know is my own fault for not sleeping enough, but you know, that's simply how it goes. I'm just a guy. I'm just a guy. The nights are very long this time of year, aren't they? I try to be as charming and interesting as I can be. Apologies for me getting a little bit insecure. Night lasts forever in winter? I'm noticing that. Did you do good at stoichiometry? No. Absolutely not. I'm not very smart. I'm not as smart as I think chat likes to give me credit for. I think chat likes to poise me as some kind of genius. I cannot say that that is true. No, see, I want to be as high energy and engaging as possible all the time. You know? I get a little bit sad with myself when I'm not. I want to be at my peak constantly. This has been a great stream, completely valid to certain expectations for yourself. Be disappointed that you don't land up to it, don't let distract you from the fact that it's been fun. How dare you? I do genuinely appreciate hearing that. I've been, honestly, the past couple weeks, I've been feeling a lot better and more confident in my work. I think it's just the sleep deprivation that I'm getting a little bit frustrated with myself, but that happens, and that's my own fault. And I apologize, but thank you everyone for continuing to put up with my bullshit. I am not a genius. I am absolutely not a genius. Far from it. I am simply a guy on the internet. I really need to get proper armor going, the issue just being that I need to kill a bear for it. Just beat Horse Magnifier and there's funnies, but it'd be spoilers. Okay, maybe next stream we go through the entirety of Horse Magnifier. if it didn't nerf you heavily to fit the balance patch. I used to be a genius, and then I developed schizoaffective disorder. I think it's the best way I can say it. Honestly, I've talked about this a little bit recently in general, but Christ, having access to accommodations is genuinely life-changing, and I'm still in the process of, like, you know, getting better. Becoming well is a thing that takes time. It is not something that you do in one burst, but I have been feeling considerably better steadily over the last couple weeks, and just recently getting to a point where I, like, really feel like a functional person, which is cool and fun, and I'm really, really grateful for. It is a really nice feeling, for the first time in a while, not getting home and feeling so dead that I need to lie down. It has been so long since that has been the case, and it's a really, really lovely thing to get to feel in any capacity. But I also acknowledge that there's going to be ups and downs, and that it's going to take time to recover fully. I'm in the process of recovering.
Oh, shit.
Hello, Dove Bleeding Hard. Welcome on in. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Ashen, attack! Ashen, attack! Attack! Ashen, attack! Bark, bark, bite, bite! Welcome on in, Dove. Thank you so much for the raid. Hi, it's lovely to see you. Thank you for the bits as well. I appreciate it. Everyone on my end of things, Dove Bleeding Heart is a wonderful friend of the channel. Do be warned if you choose to check out his channel. He is a very much 18 plus content creator, like a lot of LootTuber vibes, that does lean into a lot of problematic fiction stuff. Now, I am extremely anti-censorship and totally down with that. Please mind your own safety if you choose to engage. Moderate your own experience of the internet. That said, lovely friend of the channel and someone I genuinely appreciate. Give all your love. I like your floof. How dare you? Excuse you. I'm a loud punk bastard on the internet. I'm not cute. I'm the worst on purpose. I am toxic. This is Trin. We love some toxic yaoi around here. Chat, do I show off the toxic yaoi again? Floof? No, I'm not floofy. You should fear me. I'm a bastard. I'm an anarchist. But welcome on in, everybody. Hello, Aaron. Hello, Cosmic Rabbit. How was your stream? What were you up to tonight? Fear Floof? I'm an extremely bitey fox. I'm an extremely bitey, ravenous mutt, with no meat on my goddamn bones, because I don't weigh shit. Chat, let me pull up the toxic yaoi again. I'm pulling up the toxic yaoi again, because you can't stop me. Chat, look at the toxic yaoi. Look at the toxic yaoi. I just think we need to take a moment to acknowledge and appreciate it. It's very, very simple, nothing too explicit, but hee hee, hee hee, hee hee. It's not toxic if it's objectively hot. Oh, it gets hotter if it's toxic. Listen. The yaoi is hotter when it's toxic. I'm just saying. I love when fictional characters suffer. I'm an enjoyer of angst and all things of the sort. I love me some angst. I love me some violence. We enjoy, you know, a little problematic fictional content here and there. My streams are not particularly NSFW or lewd or whatnot, but I do enjoy me some questionable content here and there. Finally, the Fops make a hot take? What do you mean? My hot take is just that I enjoy problematic fiction here and there. My quote-unquote hot take is literally just that I enjoy, like, how do I say, dark and, angsty fictional content. I don't think that's really all that much of a hot take, you know? Or at least it shouldn't be, in my personal opinion. If I'm allowed to say as much. I think that, like, a very important element of my philosophy as an anarchist is an anti-censorship one, and I have found in my, you know, explorations of the internet that I do enjoy fiction that is willing to be a little bit questionable and to address messy themes and to end up in complicated territory. And I think that is okay and that that art has a right to exist. The hot take is the toxic make it hotter. Oh, see, I want to be clear. When I talk about this, I mean purely in fiction. That said, I love when terrible things happen to fictional characters. I love when terrible things happen to fictional characters and I'm valid. Your laugh kind of sounds like a fox. Yep, yeah, why do you think I'm a fox? I wonder why. It's probably because I'm a fox. It's probably because I'm an Enfield, a fox fae beast from Celtic folklore. I wonder why. Ah, I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best, chat. Bark, bark, bite, bite. I think we need to have a talk. What do you mean? I've never exactly, how do I say? No, that's not true. I have in the past been relatively closed off about, like, some of my particular leanings and opinions in these regards, and I still don't talk very openly about my particular interests, but I don't think, given my loud anti-censorship, ramblings, that it should be all that surprising that I am an enjoyer of, like, questionable fictional content here and there. I don't think that should be all that surprising, you know? Or at the very least that I'm a defender of it. You all realize that I live in a authoritarian hellscape of a setting, you know? You're all firmly aware, yes, that I live in an absolute, abominable, fucking hellscape of a world. To be anything other than anti-censorship and to support the, you know, existence and right of all art to exist would be very adverse to my, you know, goals. It would be a disservice to my ideology to be for anything other than, like, the most free of expression as possible. Kind of in the boat too, growing more comfortable and open just about it by the day. It's been very healing. I'm glad for it. I'm glad for it. How do I say? I prefer not to talk too much on my personal tastes and inclinations in a lot of these realms for the sake of, like, preventing power dynamics from occurring between myself and my audience. I don't want my audience to, like, try to lean into particular tropes that I am into and whatnot, because I've had chatters, like, how do I say? I've had experiences with parasociality getting a bit too far, and I also am very scared of strangers on the internet trying to cancel me. That said, I am very loud about my anti-censorship, and I hope that speaks for itself. You know. I'm so excited for April 1st. I wonder what's going to happen. True! It's going to be a time. There are going to be content warnings on that stream. I will be having on Wednesday, April 1st, a pretty big event stream that I have been preparing for a few weeks now. And I'm very excited to show you all what my friends and I have been working on behind the scenes. I already did post a little ramble with the relevant warnings in my Discord server, and I'll reiterate them day of, but it's gonna be a bit of a time. But no, like, I don't know how many of you have been around my channel long enough to have seen my you know, era where I was making a lot of short form content talking about censorship. This was during this was around when the shitty internet bills, the Online Safety Act first went into effect over in UK, if I recall correctly, I made a series of shorts talking about digital censorship and why it is bad, and followed it up with a short talking about how, like, fighting back against censorship means defending all art, even art that makes you uncomfortable, even art that may be in some ways questionable. And that is an opinion I firmly stand behind. When I say that, I fucking mean it. When I say that censorship is a force that must be held back with full strength from every angle, even when it may be censorship against things that make you personally uncomfortable, I firmly, firmly mean it. I binged your shorts. I hope you enjoyed. I hope they were enjoyable. I've unfortunately been slowing down in the shorts department recently now that I'm back to handling my own editing. My editor has not been able to do work for me recently, which hopefully won't be the case for too much longer, but it has certainly made it a lot harder to get content out regularly. None of us are free unless all of us are. None of us are free until all of us are free. I also think it's really important when it comes to, like, art making us uncomfortable that we take the time to kind of analyze in ourselves why it makes us uncomfortable and be able to express that, which is to not to say that you have to become comfortable with the content or art, just that, like, it's really important to understand where those responses and reactions come from. It's okay to say, you know, that certain forms of art and content are too uncomfortable for you to personally interact with. But I think understanding the why of it in yourself is really important. Our censorship gives footholds for a lot of worse things, like whole identities being censored and worse. Absolutely, absolutely. Like, how do I say? I've talked a lot on my channel about how I am in 100% of situations against the death penalty. And a lot of people go, but what about, like, you know, how do I say, like, you know, child predators who have, you know, hurt real kids and whatnot. And a lot of people have a hard time swallowing the fact that even in those cases I'm very firmly against the death penalty, because these things are very complicated, messy, slippery slopes. Because when you give a centralized power the ability to determine what is or is not acceptable, they are inevitably going to push that to punish, or they're going to find ways to implement that in ways that will punish their own adversaries along the way. We see this in the way that a lot of legislation is very intent on trying to classify being trans in public as, you know, a form of sexual violence, as a form of, like, sexual obscenity and whatnot. It's stuff that's really important to stay aware of. And a lot of this, you know, it's what underpins my ideology as a leftist. I am an anarchist in large part because of all of this shit. I am an anarchist because I do not trust a centralized authority to have the will of the people in mind for an extended period of time in any scenario. But particularly because how do I say? So many of these things are slippery slopes. Yeah. I believe the state should never have the license to determine who deserves to live or die and what crimes are worthy of death. I believe that no state should ever have that level of fucking power or authority, because that inevitably will be abused. There's that funky, like, how do I say? No, I basically said my piece. I basically said my piece on that topic. I don't need to get into the wider debate or push it too much further. Censorship ends up only, in my opinion, is loud here. Because censorship inevitably it's going to harm queer art, it's going to harm, you know, politically orientated art, it is going to harm a lot of very important types of expression that allow us to communicate our ideals and find shared community. And those are important things to talk about, but I also think, like, we need to be willing to defend NSFW art, even stuff that makes us uncomfortable as well, you know? It actually does bother me sometimes how often in the conversation about censorship people talk about, like, the other forms of art it is going to hurt, while ignoring the fact that, like, NSFW art and content also has merit and has a right to exist in the world. But, you know. Push it, push it, push it, only if you're fully okay with it. Okay, if I were to continue the line of thought, the direction I was going to continue it in was going to talk about rehabilitative justice and whatnot, but that's a bit of an intense conversation to get into. And I do have notes on that. That's actually one that I have, like, some pre-written notes that I usually reference when I get onto the subject, because it is a particularly intense one. But do I want to page over to Discord to get my pre-written notes on this subject? I like the little motor sound. Oh, my bird noises, my... Yeah. I'm just a critter. I am just an animal. I am a badass revolutionary from an abandoned library in a version of Earth where everything is just slightly worse. And I'm a critter. Those things are allowed to be true. I'm making sure my animals have lots of food to eat so that they will reproduce and give me children so that I can kill them and have leather. Come here for leftist politics, get a new stim per stream. I will infect you. The autism is, they say, fucking vaccines cause autism. No, actually, it's my fault. I'm the one causing the autism, actually. I made you autistic. That was my doing. Okay. I'm just gonna make sure that they have plenty of food for now, because I need them to have kids. There you go. You're all fed. Would Roost be on your learnable moves as a Pokemon? Maybe? I don't know. Could be. I feel like I'm a little bit, I am bird coded, don't get me wrong, but I feel like I am so dog coded as well. Tylenol doesn't make people autistic. It was AE the whole time. It was my fault all along. I want chat and AE to know that today I said on the job in a recorded call fish because the person calling activated me like a sleeper agent. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're not the only person I've done this to. You know what that means. Chatwin fish. Oh, that is a lot of bronze going. Beautiful. Chatwin:3. I'm gonna be so real. I low-key feel powerful. I low-key feel kind of powerful when I can just say something like that and see chat light up. Even on a quieter night like tonight, the fact that I could just say that and have half a dozen people in chat. You have aura, I do. I'm too powerful. I'm too strong. Someone like me should not be allowed rights. I am not immune to the abusive draw of authority. I just use that power to, like, make people :3 in my Twitch chat. Okay, I'm trying to figure out what my objective is right now. Because the issue is, my plan before was just to get enough leather in order to start, like, making books and whatnot. But I kind of was forced to use all my leather. Now I'm starting from scratch in that regard. I'm trying to figure out what my next objective really is. I guess we could start trying to get after steel or whatnot. I don't know. I'm trying to think what the plan is. I have my cloth making set up. I've got my leather working set up. I just need to process more leather. I could go try and hunt down a bear. That'd be fun. Uranium! Yum! How are y'all doing? Still took about 10 hours of work, not gonna lie. Jesus Christ. Yeah, see, a lot of the issue right now is just that I don't have the resources I need to, like, you know, redo my armor and whatnot. So I'm starting from scratch in a lot of those regards right now. I need to fix my armor, I need to fix my storage situation. My house is basically set up and I've got all that done. But I need more bags and I need more new armor. I also don't fully know what the progression system I should be using is. At the very least, we seem to be doing well on food, even if it's not as sustainable as I imagined it would be. Lady Danger, I essentially, I have 0 durability left on, like, my black bear hide armor and whatnot, and I'm thinking I should probably acquire more. Recently rereading, I don't know how to pronounce that, I'm so sorry. I was reminded by, of the definition of Superman? Oh, whoa. How so? I'm just poking around seeing if I'm gonna find like a bear or anything. So far, no luck. Oh, I'm trying to figure out how cause my durability is 0 on most of my black bear armor, so I'm trying to figure out what the deal there is and what to do. I do have a brown bear pelt lying around, I think. Hi, goats. How are you, goats? You don't like me. I like my goats. They're good. They're good critters. Oh, hello there. Okay, so I'm interested in the helmet, so I would need bones and rope for the head. Okay, and I would need the full pelt for everything else, which is unfortunate. But at the very least I can get some bones. And I should have flax somewhere. This is how I make rope, right? No, that's cloth. How do I make a rope? Coil of rope. I do it from cattails. Can I not make rope out of flax? What the fuck? That's weird. That's very annoying. Alright. Let me see if I got any cattails. We got this. I definitely like how the black bear looks better, but alas, it's something. This one at the very least has full durability. Alright, beautiful. I'm domesticating? What do you mean? I'm not domesticatable. You can't domesticate me, no. You can't domesticate me, chat. I'm not domesticatable. All right. The shot color says otherwise. I'll have you know the shot color didn't do anything to me. Thank you for the bark boy bark for the arp, arp. Fuck you. Fuck you. I'm so bad at caring for myself in this game. I would be fucking hopeless without Neptune, fucking they-wifing me. I would be so hopeless without this they-wife. I'm so bad at directing myself and what to do, I swear to god. Alright. I can like the answer, they know it's a bug, doesn't seem to have a fix, it's made beyond a vague proof of concept. So there's nothing I can... How do I get better armor and shit then that'll keep me warm and whatnot? You take care, Mannequin of Theseus, all the best, bye. One moment. Ah, rah, rah, rah. Do, 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 do. So how the hell do I get like better armor that will allow me to especially survive in the winter, but primarily like be okay? Fair armor is the only armor in the game that both keeps you warm and provides armor. All the other armors are repairable and fairly durable, but don't provide warmth. Got it. So should I just work on getting more bear armor in that case? And if so, what the fuck do I do? Aurora. Alright. The wave bottom sounds about right. Is that not what you're doing, Neptune? Is that not exactly what you're doing? Bark, bark, bite, bite. Alright, I need to look at the bear armor stuff again. So I guess I can do it with more bones. I just like how the black bear stuff looks better, which is unfortunate. I need more reeds if I'm gonna do this. Okay. Or at the very least, more means of producing rope. Oh, hello, Baphomet. Why, thank you. That's really appreciated. Yeah, I'm just unable to take care of myself. This is true. I will admit to this. I am not very good at taking care of myself. Damn, all of this has been cut recently. Boss great for getting stuff. Do most of the Lake Town's metal work. I've noticed, and it's massively appreciated. I just don't know what I'm doing half the time. Like, I'm honestly at a point where I'm not sure what my objectives for like the near future are in game. And I'm trying to figure that out, I suppose. At least you know the Pops won't cheat if he goes overseas to a war! The funny part is I'm aromantic. Did I put those wrong? Fuck. What's the chest plate look like again? Oh, 2 bones in each corner. Got it. There we are. Now I look cool. Aromantic, anarchist Pops. Am I aromatic? Here's the... So I've had my scent described live on stream, and the way people have described it has been, like... fabric. I smell like fabric, apparently, is how people have described my scent. And I don't know what that means. Hey, I have a gift for you. Did I give you the right one? Oh, I gave you the wrong one. That's fine. One moment. You take the brown one. I'm taking the black one. There we go. Congratulations, Fop. You are now bear. Don't you regularly talk about needing to take a shower? Okay, listen, I'm not great at showering, but I'm valid. I'm not great at showering, but I promise I shower like every other day. Most of the time, usually. That's regularly enough. I shower enough. Yeah, showering hard. You guys don't understand. Showering hard. Self-care difficult. You guys don't get it. How are my goats doing? How many babies are we looking at? Because we got 3 adults right now. It looks like we got 2 babies? Looks like 2 females and a male. And then, what are the babies? Really hard to get a look at y'all when you keep running around like that. Alright, looks like we have, yeah, we have a male and female kid. Nice. Alright, what's my next objective, chat? I need a new objective. I need a new objective. be to focus on teching iron and then eventually steel. Okay. I could start trying to figure out iron. I need to figure out in that case what metals I get iron out of. We can find that out. Let's see, for iron... Yes, I'm gonna look for iron blooms for that, looks like. Apparently I could get it from hematite and from luminite? Have I seen any hints of hematite on the map? I have gotten some. All the way out here. So I could go digging around, seeing if I can find any hints of hematite. We could go digging. Just need to supply a fire clay, which I already have. Yes. Alright, also magnetite. Do I have any magnetite on my map? Only the one. Cool. Well, I think perhaps in the morning we can go digging for that. It's fine. I can at least go out surveying and prospecting. I'll be okay. I'll be alright. Bark, might. It will be fast. That's fine. I'm in the market for a long-term objective. I'm in the market for a long-term game plan right now. As it turns out, it was not fine. The fops had to be rescued. He lost 3 fingers to frostbite. Hey! I've never lost a finger ever. That'd also be a problem given I only have 4 fingers on each hand. Talons and all that. That'd be an issue. I'd prefer that not end up being the case. Yeah, have you never noticed? Okay. So many people have never seemed to notice or pick up on this, so if I ever make myself an actual reference sheet, I'm gonna have to, like, point this out. Cause everyone constantly misses it. I only have 4. There's only 4. Because most birds only have 3 to 4 talons. Most birds only have 3 or 4 talons, and my hands follow talon logic. It's been like this since day 1, I feel the need to clarify. To be fair, how often do we see your fingers? You know, that's so real and fair. I have had to correct this in so many pieces of art. I've had to have this corrected and fixed in so many pieces of art, even after I point it out. Yeah, I had to correct with Zelda. I need to make an actual reference sheet where I, like, you know, include that. Do I have anything else that people constantly get wrong? You can't see it from this angle. My legs are digitigrade. Just a little bit, slightly. What else do people get wrong? Trying to think. A lot of people interpret one of my horns as being broken. It's not, it's just kind of stunted and small. One of my horns is just kind of stunted and tiny. The other one is much larger. So I have one little stunted horn. They just be like that sometimes. Eye socket, I don't know. welcome back from the ads, folks. Is there anything? I'm trying to think if there's anything else that people do frequently get wrong. A lot of people don't realize that things like in my body and everything are feathers, but they are feathers. So those are feathers off my arms, those are feathers in my tail, those are feathers in my ear. It's more obvious if you know what an Enfield is that it's supposed to be feathers, but a lot of people don't know what an Enfield is. A lot of people assume this is a Green Day reference, and don't get me wrong, I love Green Day. This is a fucking Ramshackle Glory reference. This is a reference to Ramshackle Glory. But yeah. And then I have the gun. Is there anything else? I have a lot of toggles that I never use. I got my guitar toggle. Got my jacket. I can take the gun off. It's so weird looking at my model without the gun, you know? Like, something is missing without it. Something is missing when I don't have it. I got my mask, which I never use. Oh! Model does not like that. Nope, model does not like that. Nope, we're going back. We're going back. Whoopsie. Yeah, that's really all I got in the toggle department set up. I do have, actually... Wrong button. Give me a second. Yeah, the icon art was perfectly accurate. I think icon is just a more understandable and classic character design, given it's a lot more by the conventions of what people expect out of YouTubers. I have a second outfit that I almost never use because there's actually a rigging error in it that I still haven't fixed after all of these months. But I do have this second outfit that I just never fucking use. So the rigging error happens when I do this. You can see my shoulders. And I need to fix that at some point, because I do really like this outfit. Hello, Not Pancake, lovely to see you. I do really like this outfit. I put a lot of work into it, but I never use it. It's a more casual look, you know? I need to fix that rigging error. There's also 2 additional outfits for this model that y'all have never seen since I initially worked on the model, and one of them I really want to redo if I'm ever gonna like actually implement it. And this is compatible. Actually, is this compatible with my guitar? Oh, I don't have it compatible with the jacket. It is compatible with the guitar and the controller. Okay. I do love my controller toggle. It's very cute. It is compatible with the guitar as well. Honestly, guitar stream like this would be very, very silly and cute. There is, however, one secret toggle on this that I never use, or that you'll never see because I never use this outfit. This is a reference to a close friend. Those who know. Fuckboy ass fit. Vivi. Vivi. This is just how I dress in the real. This is just how I literally dress in the real. That's just how I look. I'm valid, okay? I'm valid. I think I'm quite attractive. Alright. I'm winning. Ooh, my god. We got a lot of shit here. Alright. Bismuth bronze is going well. I repeat what I said. Am I a fuckboy now? Am I a fuckboy? I thought the aesthetic was more gender-fucked punk dog, but alright then. The goal was gender-fucked dog boy. But alright, fuckboy wasn't on my list of objectives. falls to my knees for all thing punch me. I mean, if you're gonna beg for it, damn. Cute. You literally have exposed midriff? Yeah. Listen, okay, for the first time in my life, I feel comfortable wearing, like, crop tops and whatnot. Let me have this. Hi, what's up? I've been, like, feeling comfortable and confident in that kind of clothing for, like, the first time. Hi, Neptune. The efforts of the Forge go well. I like how Neptune is just out here fucking grinding. Nah, I actually, about 6 months ago, maybe probably a little bit longer than that at this point, wore like a cropped, like, item of clothing, a cropped top for like the first time ever, and it was really fucking cool. I feel really good about the fact that I finally feel confident in myself to dress like that, you know? Alright, I'm gonna wait a little bit longer before I worry about the rest of the medium hides, and we're just gonna process the large hides for now. There we go. You should be confident you're a badass. Thank you. I'm glad someone appreciates it. How are you doing, Trans Knight? Wonderful to see you guys. Trans Knight, absolutely incredible content creator in front of the channel. Crop tops are so fun. I have come to enjoy them. Hi, Nep. I do have a prospecting pick, yes. I was planning to go prospecting in the morning. Do I have the pick of that one outfit? Can I better control the zoom here? Yeah, this was the first time I rocked anything cropped. This was the first time I did anything cropped. But you know, A exudes top energy and I'm me. I'm honored. I think I dress well. I think I look cool. They're turning the shoelaces gay. I'm very proud of my appearance in this day and age. I think I look very cool, and I put a lot of effort into dressing like a freak in public. Because I think I'm hot when I dress like a freak in public. They're incredibly boy dog on you. Thank you, thank you. I think I look cool. Pose reminds me of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure for no reason. I like how no one's calling out the muzzle. Hello, avid aloe drinker. You definitely have a style, and I think that style is great. Thank you, I appreciate it. I put a lot of work into it. Half of my clothes are covered in like patches or in some way altered because I really enjoy creating a style that is all my own. Welcome back, Dusk! Lovely to see you! Barber bye bye! We're just playing some vintage story on the community server vibe and causing some problems, as we're off to do around here. God damn it, these things eat so fast. I need a more sustainable... Actually, I'm just gonna steal some hay this time, I don't care. Twink version of JoJo's, I'll take it. See, this is the reason. A lot of the time when people come into Twitch chat, they tell me to call them but like a shortened version of their username. This is the reason I don't. Because I promise you, someone else is using the same username as you. or has a overlapping username with you. You know. A lot of people are always like, oh, just call me by like some by like the first word of my username or like a shortened version of it. I can't call people simple things like that because there's too many. There's too many of you with all the love in the world. Nope, don't do that. That's only 4 portions? Oh, that's gross. I've met so few Joes, which is weird and ironic because how many Joes there are IRL. Yeah, I think it's because most people don't associate their, like, real name with, you know, their online shit. Most people try to avoid that. I'm just gonna steal some of this. Don't mind me. Mostly use robe, but Dusk is also fine. What do I mostly call you? I normally read, like, at least the first. I usually do the first word of someone's username. It's just convenient. These fuckers need so much food, I swear to God. But I have the anonymity of Joe, literal John internet ass name. Yeah, real and valid. It is a very common name, to be fair. Usually called Darkwood, or Dark Sun streams. Yeah, that tracks. The majority of people associate their real names and identities with their online presence. However, Twitch is using the place. I should correct myself. Most people in gaming and fandom spaces do not. The majority of people, yes, their day-to-day internet usage is primarily going to be, you know, based around their real name and whatnot, but I'm talking specifically like a gaming and fandom space. I'm reminded of a famous tweet. One second, let me get it. I don't think I have the brain cells to process this right now. I accidentally lead myself into this particular name at this rate. So you guys said something racist, but it's just the Indonesian guy obliterated him. I see, got it. Hi, Safi. Listen, don't call me out like this. Don't call me out like this, gun emoji. How are you, Safi? Hi. I did show off the toxic yaoi earlier. Listen, Kibu popped into chat. I had to. Kibu poked into chat. I was obligated. Simply required. Toxic yaoi hour? Nods. There might be more yaoi in my DMs right now. Lola Mao. Lola Mao. Now, Safi over here is a good friend of the channel. And it seems the prince has decided to fuck with me, for lack of a better term. But we love Safi. Safi, I need you to save and protect me. Sent Safi out earlier, won't let me again. This is so sad. I protect, thank you. I need to be saved from these influences seeking to corrupt me. Alright, what the fuck am I doing? I'm literally just waiting for it to be daytime. I'm literally just waiting for it to be daytime right now. Okay. How long are nights in this fucking game? I swear to God. I just want it to be daytime so I can go prospecting. No, that's very, yeah, that's very me, Core. I'm gonna be so real, I don't know how anyone is surprised by anything I do or say, actually. During winter, nights last for a very long time. I'm noticing that, and it makes it difficult to play the video game, if I'm being perfectly honest. You know, I've been so loud about being, like, intensely anti-censorship, and I'm surprised chat didn't figure out I was a little bit freaky earlier. Low-key, low-key. I don't talk too much about it, but... I'm the figurehead of the freak revolution! I don't know what to fucking do right now. There's kinda nothing I can do. Fish Yowie. Kinda figured when you refused to share your AO3 tags, yeah. Fair point, fair point. The sun is currently rising, thank God, finally. I'm just a critter, okay? I am just your resident chaotic, fox boy from a version of Earth where everything is just slightly worse. How do I... Okay, so I need something to write with, got it. I don't know what options I can use, but I'll poke around. Probably charcoal. AE and Neptune's mailbox. Yay! I installed a mailbox. I installed a mailbox. Yay! Random thought, hey, thoughts on sci-fi? I'll admit, I've never gotten particularly into sci-fi. It's, how do I say this? It's one of those things I've always struggled to engage with because it was, well, one, I was always just a lot more into fantasy as a kid, but my, like, ability to engage with media was extremely limited when I was young, and so there's a lot of media that I probably would have absolutely loved that was just kind of restricted for me. Is that where you put your spare mails? You understand. That's where I put the boys when I'm not using them. Okay, anyway. Anyway, I'm normal. Extremely normal VTuber. I'm so normal. I'm so incredibly normal. I love being a problem. Urban fantasy sci-fi, my beloved. Valid. I don't know, I wish I engaged with more media in general. That's the thing I want to work on. It's difficult being as busy as I am, but it's something that I want to do better with. Absolutely. I feel like, for me, I lack a lot of confidence in my writing, and to become more confident in my writing, I think the core thing I need is to consume more, to have more base to work off of, and more sources of inspiration. That is something that I do plan to value and whatnot in my effort to just kind of improve myself as a storyteller and creator, you know. The thing is, I don't have much time to engage with media in general, and the primary form of media I engage with is actually music. I am not someone, admittedly, who reads a lot or watches shows or whatnot. I really just listen to music. Which is part of the obstacle for me, you know? I have a lot of trouble watching movies, and I don't have the time to read consistently. So it becomes very difficult for me to, like, engage with media in general, especially, like, new media. On top of having what I like to affectionately call popular thing bad disease. Hi, Nep. Games would probably be the most feasible to engage with purely because I stream. I've gotten a sense that you're a little bit of a hipster. Damn, how'd you figure it out? Damn, who told you? No, I'm absolutely a little bit of a hipster. Not intentionally. I just have a complicated relationship with, like,
Oh,
media
shit.
consumption. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. Bite. I have a very complicated relationship with media consumption. A lot of it stemming from growing up being told that the media that I enjoyed was not valid because, you know, media made for girls was seen as shallow, or that I couldn't properly understand media because how could a girl understand Pokemon? You can't actually like that. So for that reason, I developed a very strong, like, hipsterish tendency to only engage with, like, weird, obscure shit. Which led me to folk punk, and now I basically just listen to music and don't play games or read, and it's a little bit of a problem that I want to do better with. It's something that I want to improve on. I care about being better in that regard. They even spell not quite retro. What does that even mean? I remember a good sci-fi podcast. There are a couple sci-fi podcasts that I have listened to and enjoy. I think the main one that comes to mind is Wolf 359. I adored that one. Are we prospecting? Why do you also have a prospecting pick? I came out here to do content and prospect. You can't just prospect for me. Like I need things to do. I'm moving up to a different spot. I came out here with intent to prospect. I've done like nothing in game this stream because there's been nothing for me to do. Whoops. Alright. Oh, hello. Let's see. Very poor cinema. Okay, so we're not going in the right direction, it looks like. Probably try up here. I've listened to Welcome to Night Vale. I've listened to it in the past. I was into it for a while, but at this point, it's such a big, long piece of media that I don't think I could engage with it. I have trouble with like long, big things. Yeah, sorry, there's a delay with the unscuff. It takes a little while to load in. Okay. Oh, I still need to fix the quote shit, right. I keep forgetting I need to do that. I will get around to that in time, I promise. Very poor hematite, okay. So the only place that it even gets to poor is in here. Everything outside of here is very poor, which is annoying. It's very annoying, okay. Our best bet is probably going to be somewhere around here. Alright. Okay. Trying to figure out my next moves. Honk. I might have to head home soon because I am starting to starve. Hello, Fawn and Games! Lovely to see you! Welcome on in! Barper by Bite! Hope you've been well! Guys, Fawn and Games, absolute sweetheart. Give some love. Barper by Bite. Hope you're having an incredible evening! We're just vintaging storying on the community server. It's a little bit of a lower energy night, as tends to happen every now and then. But we're vibing, I hope you're doing great. The gaming's going good. We had some good yapping earlier. I'm really bad at vintage story, but you know what? I'm also bad at most of the games I play on here, so that's how it goes. Alright, I'm gonna try and get a sample around here real quick. Looks very cool. Yeah, it's a very fun game. Definitely a very complicated game that I absolutely suck at. But I do quite enjoy it. I am currently freezing to death though. Nothing new there. But it's just how it goes. We're chilling to the best of our abilities in any case. Alright. I need just one more sample. Still very poor hematite. Alright, yeah, it looks like the hematite rating does not get over low here, which is very unfortunate. I do need to venture back to home base though. We love sucking and enjoying video games. Why did that message just pin? Hello? Can you get over there? But hello, Katie! Wonderful to see you as well. Hi. Hello. I think I will venture back home. No worries, like it happens. We're doing our best out here. Thank you, Lycan. I love my mods. My mods are amazing. Nothing I do would be possible without my moderators. Genuinely, thank you to my mods for making so much of the shit I do here possible. This channel would not, like, exist without y'all streamlining so much of my bullshit. My VODs would not get uploaded, without these bastards. I love my moderators. Don't mind me slowly starving to death. It's fine. I'm incredibly normal and good at taking care of myself. Nods, 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 nods. I think at this point, I just run. I'm already taking damage. Might as well. Chicken! Hello. Food. I'm no longer starving! Yay! Oh, big stretch. Big stretch. Alright, we're figuring things out. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know how to get iron, because I feel like that low of an iron rating is still too low to be worth digging in that area, unless I misunderstand how iron works in this game. It feels like way too little to bother with. What's up? The rot? My neutral high rating is like 5%, that's fair. So I suppose it's not that bad in the grand scheme of things, it just feels bad. I think, what was the rating I got out there? It was 1.8%, or 1.18. So I suppose it's not that bad in the grand scheme of things. If I recall correctly, prospecting is the number of blocks that contain the ore in like 1,000 blocks. That's still a lot though. Or rather, that's still very little. How are my animals doing? Jesus Christ, you fucks eat quick! Is pregnating cool? That's nice at least. Don't need to feed them if they're pregnant. I'm just gonna fucking give them food still. Like, I know I'm not being optimal. I don't have enough information to be optimal, and I don't want to potentially fuck up, so I'm just going to do what makes sense to me, you know? I'm going to engage with the game on my level. I'm just going to engage with the game as works for my brain. And there is nothing wrong with that. Remember to kill the adults so you know the generations are increasing? I will eventually do that after they are done, you know, being pregnant and shit. Because I am getting to a point where I probably should start killing the population. Yeah, but they hungry. They eat so much, though. I need a more efficient way of getting hay. I eat night. Oh, you take care, Avidallo. Bye. You take care. You take care. You take care. You take care. I care you. I care you very much. Alright. Oh, yeah, I can do that, Neptune. Slash player, root. Neptune, allow, care, sell, one. Sorry, it's really hard for me to keep up with both chats at the same time. They'll pretty much always eat the troughs empty. Well, how am I supposed to optimally feed them then? How do you optimally feed them? Because that's a level of effort and understanding that I do not have of the game, and that, like, would take me a lot of time to develop. And I find stuff like that a little frustrating. Oh, it's dot carousel. If the females stay ready to mate on their info card, feed them. If not, don't feed them. Okay, I will do that going forward. Understood. I'll do that going forward. I kinda hate that, because I'd rather feed them all the time, but alright, cool. I don't like seeing the trails empty. Damn, the flax is completely dead. Should have known that would happen. I tried. Not really, I want to find it myself, Joe. I'm kind of, like I've already said multiple times that I am a little bit sick of people just giving me shit. And I keep setting that boundary and no one is stopping, but that's how it goes. Like, I want to find stuff for myself and build an understanding of the game for myself. That is something that I value a bit. Yeah, I'll be so honest. I feel like I've done nothing this stream. Being so honest, I feel like I have done... Yeah, and if I actively want to put... If I want something, I'm going to outright ask for it like that, you know? If I want someone to give me something, I will outright ask for it. But a lot of people keep giving me shit the moment I mention that I'm looking for it, instead of, you know, helping me, or rather giving me allowing me the time to try and find it myself, or, how do I say, giving me pointers on how to find it myself. I feel like I've done nothing this stream to progress, because everyone keeps just doing shit for me. Hello, Scarlet Sojourner, how goes it? Bark for bite bite. Hope you're doing well. Hello, hello, hello. Like, I low-key feel like I've had no direction this entire stream, because the moment I want to do something, someone else just kind of starts doing it, either for me or instead of me. Or like doing it at the exact same time that I'm doing it, which defeats the point of me doing it. And so I've kind of had nothing to do all stream. The point of tonight's stream was supposed to be getting myself back in the position that I was before things went wrong, and I accidentally died, and then I got pretty much just brought back to that position immediately. Without putting any effort in. Yeah, it's also winter to top it all off, so it's a little bit just unfortunate timing-wise. Just got out of a D&D shopping session. My cleric has 26 AC. Congratulations. Strong. Impossible to kill, perhaps even. Impossible to kill. Alright, alright. We'll figure things out. I probably won't be alive too much longer, just on account of the fact that I barely slept. But that's how it goes. Can wait to be annihilated by 14 crits in a row next session. Good luck. May you survive. Hello, Grey Rook. Lovely to see you. Bye-bye. Fox Eep. I'll eep at the 6-hour mark. That's the deal. I'll eep at the 6-hour mark. We're almost there. Okay. Yeah, I really just need to worry about getting my leather operation off the ground and also my cloth and whatnot. But I'm trying to figure out, like, what's my long-term goal now? Aside of, I guess, getting to the next progression point. Let's see. So we have 2 females, one's pregnant, one is ready to mate. Then we have our male. How is he? Generation 1. Cool, alright. I promise I'll eat a food after stream as well. I have sandwich materials. Did you ever build a windmill? Oh, right! I never built a windmill! It's definitely way too late in stream to do that, but I'm gonna write that down for next time. 1 second. You know what? You know what? So I have this notebook that I occasionally use as a journal just for like everyday notes, and one thing I will do is whenever I play games, because it's so rare I get to play them, I actually write down notes on what I did in the game and what my next objectives are, so that the next time I pick up the game, I can just kind of pick up where I left off without having to spend a bunch of time like all over the place just trying to find where I was or trying to reacquaint myself. Because oftentimes I will not touch a game for a matter of weeks because I just don't have the free time. And I have been meaning to start doing that for streams. It's just that I play games on stream a lot more regularly than I do off stream, so I never really found the necessity until recently. So I'm gonna write down for a goal, figure out windmills. Figure out windmills. I'm gonna write down goat army. Yeah, it's a really useful skill if you're someone who tends to pick up and put down games a lot. It keeps the frustration of having no direction from building up, you know? What else did I want to establish? I need to finish getting new bags. And then I need to start worrying about iron. Alright, I have objectives. There are more things I want to figure out in time as well. Like, I need to figure out more efficient food options as well, especially for like when I'm traveling, rather than being in one place. But we'll get there. I will say, does anyone have thoughts on what efficient means of food are, especially when traveling? Hopefully when we next play this, it won't be winter. I literally, like, I know how to cook things, I know how to work the food system. I'm literally just asking for, like, a more, efficient means of food specifically when traveling. Just do you have a bunch of berries, but Lady Danger is good for that? Not what I want to hear. Pemmican, okay. Because I want to start exploring more as well, and that's difficult to do when I have to constantly come back home to, like, eat. Pie quarters are very good. Done well, they fill over half the bar. Okay. Let me just carry a crock and bowl. That's fair. I could start doing that, which reminds me that we have a bunch of meat downstairs that's going to expire soon that I should do something with. We'll figure things out. We'll figure things out. Game's hard. Alright, I put my charcoal in here. The bones go downstairs. I need to iron out my storage system quite a bit more as well. Alright. Rusty gears go in there, and then upstairs I place my... that. There we go. Alright. I am going to be closing out most likely in a few minutes around when we crest the 6-hour mark, especially because it's the middle of the night and I don't want to wait another in-game day to be able to do stuff. I'll start up a new meal in the meantime, I suppose. Why are so many of my Crocs missing? Why do I have 4 missing Crocs? That feels weird and wrong. But in any case, I'm going to start a little bit more food on here, but we will probably be closing out relatively soon. So you can't do like a meat porridge, understood. That's annoying. Oh, it's Transvisibility Day. You're so right. I don't think I'm gonna be able to edit the short I wanted to post in the morning tonight. Unfortunately, I probably won't be putting out a short for Trans Day Visibility this year. But happy Trans Day of Visibility, chat. Happy Trans Day of Visibility. Thank you. I'm so proud of you all for continuing to fight and exist. Being trans in the modern, political climate is not fucking easy. There are intentional efforts to scare us into hiding, to make us feel unsafe to exist as ourselves. And your continued existence is a meaningful fight against forces of fascism and authoritarianism. I am so proud of you for continuing to be here. Thank you for continuing to stand up and fight. I'm proud of you. Keep on loving, keep on fighting, and hold on. I hope that you all will stand by that. I'm proud of you. These streams are so nice to just relax and have some trans positivity. I'm glad. I try to, when I talk about politics and about leftist issues and all of this stuff, I try to do so with positivity and hope as a constant. When I talk about politics, I feel so often people associate politics as being this inherently negative thing. This thing to be feared and avoided because it's heavy and difficult. And it's a notion that I strongly disagree with. I don't think that politics has to be this big, scary thing. I think that we can talk about politics in ways that inspire hope and inspire a desire to change. And it's something that I very heavily try to push towards in my discussions and coverage. I don't want politics to be this overwhelming, scary word that people trend away from. I want us to be able to talk about these things and come away feeling like change and progress are possible. Like I always say, keep on loving, keep on fighting. I'm proud of y'all. That said, folks, we have crested the 6-hour mark, and given I am currently running on 2 hours of sleep, I think I will be lying the fuck down. I think it is about time that I go be horizontal. Let me see who all is on the raid. Oh, who all do we have on tonight? Oh, a big yawn. Ooh. Wait. I might have someone. I might have someone in mind. Chat. I think I have a target. Alright, give me a moment. Raid channel. Hi, Cyan. We're gonna go say hello to the wonderful Cyan Bites, a bitey dragon boy VTuber and a longtime friend of the channel. Someone you should absolutely give your love, time, and attention to. I'm gonna go knock out, but thank you everyone for being here, as per always. Signing off.